So we'll resume the hearing. This is day 2 of stream 4. Mr. Smeaton, we were talking about your noise report. I think that, I see that Mr. Lloyd's online. I think we should finish our questions of your noise report, then move into talk to Mr. Lloyd both about your issues and about the temporary military training stuff that Mr. Racklin has filed a report on. And my plan, since I see Ms. Fraser's also online, is that we'd move from noise to transport, and over to you whether you want us to talk to you about your report first and then hear Ms. Fraser, or the reverse.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm not too concerned about who would go first really on transport, but if Ms. Fraser is already online, then maybe she can go first.
That was what I was thinking, that if we could talk to her and then she has the option of listening or going on with anything else she may happen to be doing or not.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, so we left a somewhat pregnant pause, a series of questions about Objective 2, and with the benefit of some reflection overnight, invite you to tell us the answer to the questions. I can tell you what the questions were again if you need me to.
I think it's still clear enough in my mind. It's just reflecting on the question a little bit. I think you are probably correct. Just looking at my paragraph 55 in that report where I say I don't agree with the inclusion of new in the last part of that objective because of existing noise sensitive activities, but considering the rule framework as well deals with new and expanded, then I think it could have would be probably improved from having new or expanded after, from and before noise sensitive activities would be clearer.
And in terms of Commissioner Sinclair's point about, is this a continuing issue or is this at the point of consenting?
I think it's at the point of consenting.
I wonder then whether it should say something like not compromised by the establishment of.
Potentially. I may have to think about that one a little bit further, if that's all right.
Absolutely. As I said yesterday, we throw out suggestions about words wording. They are just suggestions, things that come to our minds that may or may not be well-founded, or that we may decide are not well-founded, having thought about it ourselves.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Smith, just for my benefit, could you just say what change, if any, you're recommending so far to the Objective 2? What are the words that it's going to say now?
So currently, the function operation of existing and permitted noise generating activities are not compromised by reverse sensitivity activities from new or expanded noise sensitive activities. And then, as the chair has suggested, and I'll consider further, that may be the establishment of new or expanded noise sensitive activities.
Thank you.
The next question I had related to your discussion on page 12. Any advance on page 12?
No.
Your reasoning for disagreeing with Mr. and Mrs. Botha's submission, the last bullet point, saying the issue they raise isn't, or the issue that's being managed isn't limited to rural areas, it's also in urban areas. Do you think it's more of an issue or less of an issue in an urban area?
I think that might depend on the amount of development that's provided for through the plan framework within that urban area. With the new amendments to the Act to provide for up to 3 dwellings on a residential site without consent, it may change the balance somewhat on that.
Which may in turn could get very circular, because given that effects on nationally significant infrastructure is a qualifying matter, then get into the same dialogue, not in this process, but down the track.
Potentially.
Well, yes. So as there, having posed the question, I was thinking, as you were pondering the answer, wondering if it's a trade-off, like in the rural areas, the trains are moving faster, so presumably louder, but in urban areas, the development, there's going to be more development and
Yes,
more potentially noise-sensitive activities in proximity to the rail corridor.
I would think so, and I guess there's also potentially greater opportunity within a rural area to mitigate the potential reverse entity effects from greater setback or slightly easier construction of walls or other such things. Whereas in the urban area, particularly site by site, it's harder to achieve that.
Paragraph 74, I thought it was somewhat ironic. You've raised it, and I realise you're quoting Mr. Lloyd. But given that, as Commissioner Sinclair and I drive into Porirua, we've driven along a 70-kilometre area of the state highway for several months, saying that it's that Waka Kotahi avoids using 70 kilometres seems a bit odd.
I believe you're referring to the point of the motorway where Transmission Gully connects into State Highway.
Which, as everyone knows, seems to be taking an inordinate amount of time.
I won't comment on that. But I do know that I believe it's a temporary speed limit on that stretch of road during construction. I assume Mr. Lloyd has researched that point, and you may wish to question him on that.
Yes, indeed.
I think in any case, the evidence from Waka Kotahi agreed with that 70-kilometre trigger threshold.
Question about page 18. Any advance on page 18?
On page 15. Sorry, just 3.2.6.2. So this is what, just paragraph 88. Isn't the end of that there, it's just the submission from Wakakotahi, shouldn't that be Kaingaroa? Back when you look at the top of 86?
Correct.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Apologies.
That is making it plain that I have read it.
So, page 18,
Or, hang on,
wait for it.
sorry, I'm still on 15 here. Right here. I'm just going to, so I'm on noise standard S4. Which I'm just going to find because S4 and S5. Right. On S5 1, you may want to defer this to question to Mr. Lloyd. Must be designed, constructed and maintained to meet an internal noise level for the bedrooms of D subscript 2 M N T further subscript W plus C subscript TR greater than 35. Just, could someone explain what that is? Besides, it looks like some kind of mathematical equation to me.
Yeah,
but, you know.
I believe it is, and I do think Mr. Lloyd would be better placed to explain that.
Okay.
I suppose the practical answer is, does there need to be a footnote explaining what that actually means? Like, obviously, any acoustic expert is going to know, but it's probably fair to say that even the planning community might struggle with that one.
Yeah, I'd agree. Most planners would. Then in paragraph 93 of your report, as Mr. Lloyd's talking about, goes on the setback distances and his evidence. Relevant setbacks are incorporated into Rule 5. Going back to. So, again, this was just this part in terms of what we talked about yesterday with the linkage between, what do you call it, the noise corridor, that it's not in the, it doesn't appear to be a linkage from the rule. It just says that 40 metres from the out-painted line of the state highway or whatever, if they're in the plan, there needs to be some linkage between the rule and the planning maps so that people understand that.
Yeah.
My next question was just about the definitions in relation to noise sensitive activity and noise sensitive activity. The place of worship, and going on to paragraph 102, was it why are places of worship excluded?
I believe my reasoning in paragraph 102 is because the rule itself relates to, as it's currently worded, habitable rooms, which, taking the National Planning Standard definition of that, there would be some, in my knowledge, some small areas of places of worship which would meet that definition, but then
Of a habitable room.
yes,
Right.
but there may be quite large areas which do not. So including I didn't think it was appropriate to include the entire activity within that definition.
Of a noise sensitive activity. Sorry, I'm lost here. So is a place of worship being excluded from being a noise sensitive activity?
From the definition, it's not included in that,
Right.
but it is, I do acknowledge, included within the rules.
So it's within the rule, it's not within the definition, that's
It
the
is.
difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the rules say noise sensitive activities and places of worship.
Correct.
So it's
Right,
So,
so
it's
that-
hooked in.
So hooked in, but you've left it out so that it doesn't,
So that the entire activity doesn't get captured
Right.
by that.
okay, no, okay, thank you.
I wonder if I might just follow on with a
Yeah.
quick question
Certainly.
in relation to that, Mr. Smeaton. Just to clarify the rationale then, on the basis that of the understanding you've just provided in terms of the definition needing to refer to habitable rooms. Do you have any difficulty in justifying on that basis the inclusion of marae in educational facilities in the noise sensitive definition? I mean, I do understand that educational facility will obviously include boarding schools and things like that, but in the Porirua setting, is it realistic to expect that there would be educational facilities with habitable rooms, or
I believe, I'm just double checking, but so the definition of habitable room is obviously taken from the National Planning Standards, and it includes any room used for purposes of teaching. So I
okay.
think that would encompass
Yeah,
all of the educational facilities.
okay,
In terms of marae,
yes,
I'm probably not the best place to provide too much comment on that.
Okay.
But from memory, I don't think we had any submissions
No, I
on
don't think
that. So I didn't turn my mind to it when I was
Okay.
writing the report, unfortunately.
all right, thank you.
So if there are offices, for instance, often include offices, but then there'd be offices in a hospital,
Correct.
and how does, I'm just trying to
So I think that's
check
something.
the consistency.
Yeah.
The offices and schools as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's something in terms of the healthcare facilities is something that has been brought up through the joint witness statement as to requiring some additional wording in there, and through my supplementary evidence I did note that and included an advice note as to the interpretation of habitable room because of the wording in the definition, which includes or other rooms specified in the plan to be a similarly occupied room. So I thought there was some flexibility in there to include the advice note.
Moving on to objective 01, paragraph 111. The question I had was, if you have well-being, do you need health or safety? Health and safety aspects of well-being?
in my mind, well-being is a quite broad, slightly nebulous term, but and you probably could, in many cases, include health and safety within that. I think I was, when I was considering this, was turning my mind to the purpose of the Act, which includes, from memory, health, safety and well-being. Which is why I included all three terms in there.
Yes, you'd think after this many years, I would know what Section 5 said off by heart, but and maybe so. Yes, you said social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety.
Yeah.
So you might...
I wondered whether in the objective in the last, the very last couple of lines of it, whether there needed to be a comma after or where all well-being of people.
So health, comma, safety, comma, or well-being.
Yeah, or.
Picky grammatical point number one.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to go into objectives about the recognition of benefits, so yeah.
Yes.
I would have no objection to an additional comma.
You can cope with a comma.
Just one more question from me in relation to that objective, if I may. In terms of the additional wording you're proposing there by adding the words "the generation of" before noise, while I understand why you prefer that wording over what was suggested by the submitter to reflect that the adverse effects being managed relate to the generation of noise and not the activities themselves. So I understand that. Putting that aside, in your opinion, does the addition of those extra words actually add any value in terms of providing further clarity to the objective? I mean, are we not really saying the same thing there, just with additional words? I mean, noise has to be generated from somewhere. So I'm just wondering if there is actually any value in terms of adding clarity to that objective by sticking those additional words in, or are we even potentially making things a little bit murkier? I mean, you know, the generation of noise might raise a question in someone's mind who's trying to interpret this, who thinks from where, you know, what activity is being referred to here. I'm not sure. It's just a question that has sprung up in my mind as I'm reading through that condition now with that objective now with the additional words.
I definitely take your point, and it does make the objective longer, which is not always better. I think it does make it slightly clearer, but then I'm also reflecting on the earlier wording, the benefits of activities that generate noise. So it also potentially slightly duplicates that a little bit. I think currently I still lean towards including it, but I could think about the comments a bit further.
Going on to policy 1, the Kāingaroa issue about amenity, I can understand your response, but I wonder whether, I pose the question, where it says maintain the amenity values, is that the current amenity values or the amenity values that are expected in a particular zone?
I'm sorry, Chair, could I just ask?
Policy 1, this is the discussion in 3.4.1.2 that I'm focused on. So it says, enable the generation of noise from activity that maintains the amenity values of the receiving environment. So I'm thinking of a greenfield industrial area that's currently very silent because there's nothing but sheep on it. But the expected amenity values reflect an industrial environment. So that's just a hypothetical example, but it raises the issue of principle. Is it existing, or is it what the plan anticipates?
If I can just comment in there in terms of other relevant chapters in the plan, in terms of particularly the residential the zones, which obviously the panel has yet to consider. The wording that we currently use within the zone chapters is anticipated amenity values. Bearing in mind we will be considering those in light of the NPSUD through the pending variation.
Which would rather tend to reinforce the question I'm posing about the consistency, internal consistency of the plan. So perhaps we just leave you to ponder that one, Mr. Smeaton.
Yes.
In terms of the question about the headings of P2 and so P1 and P2, I think you return to that in your supplementary, don't you? Talking, responding more directly to Ms. Williams' suggestions. Perhaps. Can you point out to me where you dealt with that? It's probably under the Kāingaroa section.
I don't believe I did address that directly in my
Well,
supplementary.
okay.
It may have been a separate submitter
Yes,
or a similar issue.
I just remember you talking about this. Somebody wanted a reference to permitted activities, enabled through permitted activities. Was it Transpower?
I believe it was
Whitney?
the telcos
One of
through
the telcos.
the infrastructure policies.
Yes. So the question I had is whether might be merit in considering both headings, because both are actually dealing with identifying appropriate noise activities, although the P2 heading is framed in the negative. And so I wondered if the distinction would be better drawn in calling P1 enabling appropriate noise activities, and P2 is identifying other appropriate noise activities, to make it clearer that there is a progression here. There's a core that P1 identifies that correspond to permitted activities. We discussed that yesterday. And then there's the others that might be appropriate, depending on the application of the criteria in P2. As I say, just a thought.
I can certainly consider that and come back with some further thoughts. I suppose my initial reaction is just to maintain consistency with the rest of the plan as well.
Yes, it's how the rest of the plan okay. I don't think have a large concern about headings, because ultimately it's the substance that matters. I'm going on to page 21. Any advance on page 21, Commissioners?
No, I'm 21's my next.
S5 and 6, again, it's a terminology issue. Use of design certificates. Does a certificate demonstrate something or confirm it? How are these certificates actually written? Like I envisaged, maybe we'll ask Mr. Lloyd, since he is presumably would qualify as suitably qualified and experienced professional. Yes. Does he write a certificate saying, I, Nigel Lloyd, confirm that XYZ will meet the standards? Or does he say, it will meet the standards for the following 15 reasons? Because if he says the first, it doesn't demonstrate it, it just confirms it. It's his opinion. Like, it's an opinion to be respected, obviously, because of his qualifications. But on its face, it doesn't demonstrate anything.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile asking Mr. Lloyd
How does he certify?
how it is certified. Whether any additional requirements are needed in that clause.
Yeah, what does the council typically require of a certifier? And looking at the wording of S5.1, well, I think it should it be, because this is sort of 5.1 is testing substance. Of performance. Does it actually work? Is that the intention, or is that, for instance, somebody like Mr. Lloyd would go out and test actual performance, or is the intention that it should say that the standard is satisfied if it's constructed and maintained in accordance with the certified design? Would the council actually go out and test noise performance, or would they check that it's been...
I think it would be the latter. It would be checked too that it...
it was built in accordance with the design.
Correct, yes.
Or wouldn't be the applicant,
Well,
the constructor going out and they'd engage them, wouldn't they, and then provide that to the...
or we'll put
Council?
another way, it's not even would the council do it, would the council require that the applicant did that?
Yeah.
How would it work in practice?
I think most likely it would be through the building consent process, where the provision of the design certificate having been provided would be checked.
And so it would actually, it would be a check that it's been built in accordance with the design, not that somebody's gone out and measured the noise levels.
I think so, yes.
Check with Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, we'll ask Mr. Lloyd that too. Well, although if it's an issue of council practice, the question is, if the plan says something different, then you're implying council practice is going to change. If that's not actually going to happen, then the plan's misleading, and that's a problem. Now, there's an issue of scope. Obviously, did anyone seek to change this? Although and this is sort of the opposite of what Kaingora is seeking. This is putting more weight on the design certificate and less about the performance. But so there may be no scope to fiddle with it. You may be that the plan is committing council to change its practice.
Potentially. And I think it might be worthwhile if Mr. Lloyd could provide some commentary maybe on how the practices occur within other councils, say as the Hut Council. So I believe that was a very similar wording in their plan.
Looking at your reasoning in paragraph 136, I appreciate your quoting from Mr. Lloyd's report, but it seemed counterintuitive to me that noise limits in the rural zone be measured at the site boundary due to the density of dwellings on rural land within the district. Seemed to me that the lack of density in rural land is precisely the reason why you would use the notional boundary in rural areas, where you might use the site boundary in urban areas.
Yes, and there was, I believe, quite a bit of consideration put into that, and I think it was again, might be something to ask Mr. Lloyd about, but not just the current density as well, but with introduction of the rural lifestyle zone, potentially further intensifying the rural areas of the district, which don't have really huge amounts of rural activities occurring compared to other districts. But again,
You don't class a ride-on mower as a rural activity then?
I personally don't know. But notwithstanding that, I guess there are still some larger allotments within the district. But I guess sort of overall, it was considered that the site boundary was better than the notional boundary.
What's the difference? You just said that the housing density here is greater than other parts of the country with rural, bigger rural areas, for instance. What's the what's that difference in density?
I couldn't put a precise figure on it, but I do know there's quite a few 5 hectare lots normally within the rural area, predominantly sort of around Murphy's Road and slightly north of State Highway 58 as well.
So 5 hectares is a big difference to 500 square metres.
It is.
So,
yeah, I think I guess it's also reflecting on the balance of rural land within the district to the urban. But yeah, again, I think Mr. Lloyd could probably elaborate on that a little bit more as to why he considered that the site boundary was better.
Just thinking that I've just pulled up Mr. Racklin's recommended amendment for temporary military training that has a minimum separation distance to the notional boundary of any building housing a noise-sensitive activity in the rural zone and the site boundary in all other zones. Which may be where I got the idea it should be round the other way.
Sorry, could you read that again?
Yeah. The recommended standard for noise from weapons firing is the activity complies with the following minimum separation distances to the notional boundary of any building housing a noise-sensitive activity in the rural zone and the site boundary in all other zones.
Right.
So, i.e. the inverse of what you were discussing in paragraph 136.
If I may, sir, it's probably appropriate that Mr. Lloyd addresses those when he has the opportunity, given that Mr. Racklin and Mr. Smeaton were acting on his advice.
Yes, if there are, yes. If there's an inconsistency, Mr. Lloyd can explain it. Good. Yeah, probably a smart play. Can I take you to P4? And this is trespassing into the infrastructure thing. You've added reference to vibration generated by the state highway or rail network, but the chapeau of the policy is all about noise. So you read the start. Enable that a design constructed to enable internal design noise levels provide for other that minimise reverse sensitivity effects from noise, having regard to. Now, I realise that there is a relationship between vibration and noise. Mr. Lloyd and the other acoustic experts note that. But is there a problem that the start of the policy is all about noise, and you've sort of, in effect, jimmied vibration into the considerations?
I don't believe so, sir. I'm just bringing it up currently, but I believe the definition of noise in the RMA includes vibration.
Well, that might be a good answer.
Yeah.
Well done.
Could you be a bit more precise than rather it might be? Might include? So you gotta,
As I'm looking at it now, it includes vibration.
good.
Yeah, so
Same meaning.
the next question, do you think, and where you've added reference to topographical or other existing features on the site, would it help if it said, carried on and said something like, that do, square brackets, what? This isn't a landscape assessment. It's why are you having regard to topographical or other existing features?
Yes, I think that could be beneficial to explain that a bit further.
And similarly, where you've added in S2 reference to topographical or other existing features, is that really a matter of discretion? Like, is it the effect of, or taking account of?
The influence of?
Or the influence of? Or considering the influence of? Because, like, a topographical or other existing feature is not something that you have a discretion over.
Both.
Either there is such a feature or there isn't.
Yes, I believe you're right. It should state something like any mitigation provided by, or something to that extent.
That's it from me. Anything else, Commissioners?
I want to take you to Ms. Hepplethwaite's evidence for Whakakotahi, and then ask a question about Rule 5. Paragraph 610 to 611.
Say that again, Commissioner.
Okay, so paragraph 610, no page numbers, 610, 611. This is the 50 square metre exemption for additions, Rule 5. And what when I go to Rule 5, in the appendix of your, sorry, couldn't work out, where does the 50, how's the 50 square metre relate to any of this? Is it in a definition or something, or?
It's within the heading itself.
Right, oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
it's there, and it's sort of belt and braces as well, where it's also included in the standards for noise standards 1, 2, and 3.
Right,
So that is obviously trying to capture additions to existing noise sensitive activities, and that was the threshold that was included in the PDP to allow for some additions.
Ms Heppelwaite's gone on to talk about in 611, defining a minor dwelling as an ancillary activity, and that doesn't manage the potential effect on building occupants. But if you've got probably talking about the national planning standards, I'm assuming that they.
So
Minor.
I believe what Ms Hipplethwaite is referring to as a Section 32 assessment,
Right.
where which I authored, and I discussed the setting of that 50 square metre threshold as relating to what we've included in the PDP for minor dwellings within the zone framework, where anything below that can be considered a minor dwelling within the residential, within the general residential zone.
Right.
Anything above that would be considered a second dwelling. So my reasoning in there was in terms of intensification of activities on a site. We had, I guess sort of by proxy, considered that anything below 50 metres wasn't intensifying it to a degree that it was considered a separate dwelling.
But if you've got,
I think her argument is that it doesn't matter whether it's separate or not.
Correct, yes.
It's the effect. It's an additional noise sensitive activity.
I believe so. I believe that's part of her argument, and I believe she also refers to the protection of the health and well-being of the occupants of that.
Yes.
And in my mind, in response to that, I didn't agree that any addition was appropriate to require the noise acoustic mitigation requirements because of the additional cost of that, where it could be quite a small addition to an existing building and therefore would have limited benefits. So in my mind, there had to be some threshold put in there, and that seemed to be an appropriate one.
So your reasoning is there clearly needs to be an exemption, therefore more than naught, and therefore what's the right number on the basis that any number will be arbitrary
To some degree.
to some degree.
have you considered anything in relation to the Building Act about what size a structural building needs to be before it requires building consent?
I believe I can't recall the exact progression or timeline, but there was the change to the Building Act where I think it was 30 square metres was
30 or 40 or
30
something
or
like
40
that.
was
Yep.
provided for without a building consent. So set a little bit higher than that.
And if it's not used for occupation, it's complicated. But
It is, yes, and outside of my area of expertise, obviously. So I do recall thinking about that a little bit as well.
I'll ask Ms. Heppelwaite whether it's just that if she's got a problem with, is it a problem with the definition or just a problem with how the rule's constructed? If it's a problem with the definition, then there's issues around that, in that if you don't call a minor residential unit, well, you need another residential unit on there to be able to put a minor one on. That's sort of part of the definition. So, yeah. Okay. Right, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? All right. In that case, I think we might ask Mr. Lloyd to step into the fray. Hello, Mr. Lloyd. Welcome to our happy gathering. We have read your evidence. We've read your joint witness statements, plural. And you've been listening, no doubt, assiduously. So while the iron's hot, I was busy quizzing Mr. Smeaton about his reliance on your reasoning, and Ms. Sweetman gently suggested that perhaps since he was relying on your reasoning, I should be asking you about the apparent inconsistencies that we might have detected as to whether the appropriate test in rural areas is the notional boundary or the site boundary. So can you explain your reasoning about the appropriate approach generally and whether there are exceptions to that approach? Have mute, will travel.
Try again, Mr. Lloyd.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we have left off.
I turned it on and turned it back on again. Turned it off and turned it back on. So there you go. So the site boundary controls or the noise limits applying at the site boundary in the residential area is generally applied. As far as the rural area is concerned, there is the standard. New Zealand standard does provide for the application of the limits at the notional boundary, which is 20 metres from a noise-sensitive activity or from normally a dwelling. In my view, when it comes to future planning, well, there's two reasons why you'd apply the noise limits at the site boundary in the rural context. One would be for people to enjoy their land at locations further than 20 metres from their house. And the main one really is the potential for people to build. If building a dwelling on a piece of land is a permitted activity, then there's a conflict there that if people can contaminate that land with noise, then it either removes the ability of those people to build a future dwelling, or means that when the future dwelling comes along, the noise maker has to reduce their noise. So I see that as a conflict that can be overcome by making it a permitted activity if you comply at the site boundary. And if you can't do that, then you can look at the usability of the land and the potential for future development of noise-sensitive activities. For example, if a dwelling's already been constructed on that land and it's not a permitted activity, then it could be that some encroachment into the neighbour's land with the noise is appropriate. The difference, I noticed that the temporary military training activity rule applies at the notional boundary, and that's because it's temporary. And recognises the situation as exists. So it doesn't matter if it won't stop a dwelling being constructed on that land at some stage in the future. So that's the logic. I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
So I think that the thing that was confusing me is the reason that Mr. Smeaton quoted, and you've just given us a different one. So for me, I understand that, Commissioner.
I think so. It's probably me that said the density of development in Porirua is higher, and I think, you know, compared to somewhere like South Taranaki, for example, you will have a higher density of dwellings in the rural area, and a greater potential for future development as well.
My question, Mr. Lloyd, was if I understand your logic in terms of if it's being developed, but then equally, isn't it that if things like farming, forestry are permitted within those rural areas, and someone goes and puts a house there, then suddenly that person would now then have to conduct that activity, which is permitted in those areas, as though they might need a resource consent to be able to conduct that activity because of the potential noise levels.
Well, the farming activities would be exempt. The noise limits are exempt in the rural area. So the plan recognises that farming activities are a necessary activity, and seasonal and noise limits will be exceeded on a seasonal basis. Really, this applies to those activities that might take place in the rural area that are less, that people would have less of a expectation that they should experience the noise from those activities. Could be depots, or could be anything.
Sorry, could you direct me to the part of the plan where it exempts farming, please?
If I could be of some assistance, it's in the noise introduction. There's a list of exemptions in that introduction.
Sorry. So if it's in the introduction, it's not a rule. That would be my follow-up thing. If it's written in the introduction, it's just the introduction. It's not a. Is it somewhere else to say that those?
But it says the following are all exempt from the rules and standard in this chapter, and
yeah.
7 is farming activity, agricultural vehicles, machinery or equipment.
All right. So thank you, Mr. So then my question to Mr. Smeaton is, well, if it's in the introduction, it's not a rule or that, is it? So.
Well, is it effective?
Is it effective because it...
As a matter of law?
Yeah.
I think it's a good question.
Yep.
All right, we'll leave you to ponder that and advise us what the answer to the good question is in the fullness of time.
Yeah. So, no, thank you, Mr. Lloyd. That was very clear.
On the
Did you want to know about design certificates?
oh yes, that's the other thing we were thinking. What would the form of a design certificate that you would normally provide be?
So if I wrote a design certificate, I'd want to make sure that the assumptions I was making about the design wouldn't change at some stage in the future. So for my design certificates, I repeat in my report what the drawings are or what the information is and the revisions for that information. So that ties it down to that documentation. And then I would summarise the construction details of the different windows, walls, roof, doors, and provide some indication of the acoustic performance of each of those elements. And then I would explain that I've taken that that information and undertaken a calculation of the noise levels, the difference in noise level between outside and inside, to demonstrate that the internal noise levels would be met. So that would all be in my design certificate. And then I make it very clear to the developer that they need to have somebody that checks that the design is that the construction is undertaken in accordance with my design, and that would be an architect. Used to be a clerk of works, but they don't exist anymore. But it would need to be somebody who was familiar and in control of what happens, and is able to certify that the building is constructed in accordance with the design certificate.
And Mr. Lloyd, I've seen conditions on resource consents that explicitly require post-construction verification of noise performance, often to confirm, for instance, the absence of tonal elements. But is it your experience that, as a matter of course, council will require the testing of the acoustic performance post-building, in effect, to verify your predictions, or do they follow up? You've said that you would emphasise the need to build in accordance with the design, or is the, in your experience, is the focus on the latter, that it's built in accordance with the design?
Yes, that's correct, and often you're undertaking the. So if I was predicting for road traffic noise, then there would be a safety factor built in on the basis of an expectation of the increase in road traffic over the next 10 years, for example, and often a 3 decibel safety factor is built in. So if you did go and test it, it wouldn't necessarily be relevant to what you're actually designing for. So my experience is that it's the design certificate and the fact that the building is designed in accordance with that design certificate is the key element and is normally accepted by council. It does vary across the country, but that's generally what happens in, particularly in the Wellington area.
Mr. Lloyd, does having gone through those processes as you've just set out, do you then go and test it afterwards? That it was, I don't know, that it might be in line with the design certificate, but is actually doing what it's supposed to do?
No.
No.
Generally not. It's the additional cost of that is normally prohibited.
Now, Mr. Lloyd, going to your joint witness statement, or the joint witness statement that you participated in, not, I don't suggest that you have sole responsibility for it. The,
Which trip, infrastructure noise or military activity?
let's start with the vexed question of the road and
Right, yeah.
rail network.
Thank you.
You've talked about in paragraph 23 of the JWS that it's desirable to have, in effect, a deemed noise value for the rail network, or noise generated, to form
Yes.
the basis of your calculation. Does the same logic follow for the state highway network? Because we have some, at least one submitter saying, how can we design to meet an interior noise limit when we don't know how much noise is coming off the road?
And for Porirua currently, that is an excellent question. Obviously, there's big changes afoot, and the noise levels on the network are going to change radically once Transmission Gully opens. So it's very difficult or impossible at the current time to actually work out what the future noise levels are going to be on the network. Now, this will change shortly, and that's why I think the concept of a set of contours around the different roads is not possible just at the moment, and that's you'll see that crops up in the joint witness statement, and in my opinion the noise levels has got to be assessed on a site-by-site basis. One of the issues is with the road, of course, you can get significant changes with the road depending on the type of seal that's used on the road. These quiet seals that can reduce the noise considerably. And the situation can, all it needs is for a row of terraced houses to be built closer to the road, and that will provide considerable screening behind those terraced houses, so that the situation can change quite quickly as far as road noise is concerned. So that's a difficult situation to. And the noise level, I think, has to be assessed on a site-by-site basis at the current time.
And it is, if it's not possible in the way that you've in effect deemed the amount of noise from the rail corridor, do the standards need to make clear as to when the noise level from the state highway is assessed? Because if it's a moving target, literally in every sense it's a moving target, obviously, but like I'm thinking about the practical application of these standards. Assume, for instance, there's a consent process, like it's, well, there are two scenarios. One, we've got permitted activity standards. The second is we've got a consent process. We have the potential that assuming for an application process, preparation of application, acoustic noise expert, acoustic expert goes out, measures the amount of noise from the road, said we have to design to meet these standards with a margin. A year later at point of decision, the level of noise has changed, either up or down. What's the correct test? Similarly, if you have a permitted noise standard Is it at the point of construction? How do you, as I say, how do you address in a practical sense the fact that the noise levels are moving?
Well, that's a really good question. And the excuse me, one of the positives is that you actually have to double the volume of traffic on the road to make a 3 decibel difference. And a 3 decibel difference is really only just noticeable. So if the road is currently supporting 20,000 vehicles a day, then it has to double and go to 40,000 vehicles a day to get that 3 decibel increase. And that should be relatively straightforward to accommodate that sort of safety factor in the design of in the condition as far as the prediction of the noise level is concerned. So there's 2 ways of doing it. It's one, to either get a prediction from a traffic engineer as to what the volume is going to be in say 10 years' time, or the alternative is to assess the existing volumes of traffic and provide for a safety factor of say 3 decibels.
Understand that concept, but how do you cope with State Highway 59 that isn't predicted to double, but I suspect might halve?
Well, if it halves, it just goes down 3 decibels.
Well, yes,
it's not a big issue.
but
It will be protected.
So yeah. So your answer is that there's so much flex in terms of the numbers of traffic that the noise limits can accommodate such a large difference in traffic that it doesn't create the same technical hurdles or practical hurdles that the rail network creates.
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Yes.
And is the same true of, as you say, there are difference in chip surfaces that presumably Waka Kotahi isn't in the business of installing noisier chip surfaces. It's hopefully working the other way. Or is that a fair assumption?
You could talk to Dr. Charles about that, but it's expensive to provide quiet road surfacing. So straight away you get into BPOs one would hope that they're reducing the noise levels from their roads, but it is an expensive business.
I understand. Can I talk to you about vibration, which seems to be the key point of which you've disagreed with your colleagues in the joint witness statement? I
think I'm actually agreeing with Mr. Stiles.
Yes,
I'm disagreeing with Dr. Charles. Yes.
And your evidence says, as I recall it, that you agree that building close to the rail network should be discouraged because of the vibration, but you don't think the Norwegian noise standard is appropriate to use for the reasons you've discussed. How in practice then is building close to the rail network to be discouraged, as you put it? Or is this the point where it moves from your sphere to Mr. Smeaton's sphere to dream up a means of discouragement.
Yeah, it's really, I'm talking sort of on a pragmatic basis, really, is that I've been involved with the Lower Hutt situation, which has put in these vibration controls. And in a number of cases, people have come to me and said, "Look, we want to build." There was one person had a garage out the back of his house, and he wanted to turn it into residential accommodation. And I told it, and it's right next to the railway line. I said, "Look, there's no way that you're going to be able to do this." Well, about 6 months later, I just had to be rude to the guy to tell him to go away, because he just wouldn't leave me alone. It was just like, and this is the kind of situation that I can see arising if we're not very careful here, is that people will try, and if it's permitted activity right next to the railway line, people will try and construct dwellings within meters of the railway line, and they'll get a design for it, and then come to somebody like me to get them to do a vibration report, which is very difficult to do, and will probably show that won't comply with the Norwegian standard, and except it'll have to be in the way it's designed, and will have to be put on anti-vibration mounts to make it work, which will mean it won't be a going concern.
And as I read the joint witness statement in paragraph 31C, against what you've just explained, what you're saying is that there should be an absolute 30-metre setback without the ability to build closer than 30 metres on the basis of the standard, because the standard will never be met. It's too hard, and you just send people down a rabbit hole. Like, that's my colloquial description of your much more erudite concern.
Well, if people understand that they're going down the rabbit hole, then maybe it has to be made very clear that the rabbit hole's there. They're in danger of falling down it, and if they want to proceed and build a building on anti-vibration mounts, then I guess there should be nothing to stop them to do that. But it just needs to be made very plain to them that that's the situation. And yeah.
But in terms of the concerns you've identified, your recommendation is that there should be a 30-metre setback from the rail network, period. You don't support a standard enabling building closer because you think it's illusory, effectively.
Yes. Freight trains are really noisy and can generate a lot of vibration.
Question from Mr. Smeaton. Do your recommended standards impose a 30-metre setback from the rail network? Recommended rules?
Yes, if you turn to...
Can you point it out to me so I'm just clear about how these knit together?
Sure. Noise rule R5 B 3 or III sets that it won't be a permitted activity where it's within 30 metres of the North Island main trunk railway line, and therefore tips into within residential zones into the controlled activity status, and within other zones it would tip into the restricted discretionary.
Sorry.
R5?
Yes.
Correct.
So the effect of your removing
B3.
S4 Well, actually, no, it was never subject to S4. So it was always an absolute.
It was. Previously, it was within that 30-metre setback. It would have been restricted discretionary for all zones, and they would have had to comply with the S4 standard. Following the assessment of submissions and making my recommendations through my Section 42A report, and reflecting on Mr. Lloyd's evidence, I recommended deleting the standard, which I believe removes some of the concerns of Mr. Lloyd, in that people would look at that and think, well, I just need to comply with that and it'll be fine. And instead I put the additional, or I recommended, I should say, the additional clause in noise P4 relating to vibration, which we've discussed
Yes.
just earlier, which then allowed the consent officer, who would be assumably processing consents, to construct noise-sensitive activities within that 30-metre setback, to consider vibration and whether the Norwegian standard potentially should be put through in a consent condition. It doesn't therefore totally put a blanket sterilisation of the land, but provides for some development to occur if it can mitigate that vibration effect.
Gotcha. Thank you. So going back to Mr. Lloyd, in terms of this, see if I already asked you. I didn't have any more questions, Commissioner Sinclair.
Mr. Lloyd, I was asking that question in relation to the standards in terms of the D subscript to M, etc. And I wondered if, using the English language, you might be able to explain that to us. I do note that there's a, at the beginning of standards, the standards section of the plan, there's it's got something to do with noise insulation at the facade, and then it goes on to not be that helpful after it. So I just, my concerns are around if someone saw that, I'd just be going, you'd have to speak to an acoustic engineer, I would assume. So
Well, that's the idea.
yeah.
So it's the difference. So D means difference, and 2 means the difference between the level 2 metres outside a room and the level measured inside the room.
Right.
So if you measure 65 at 2 metres outside the room and then measure 40 decibels inside the room, then that number will be 25.
Right.
And what is CTR?
That's a correction for traffic noise. So C is correction and TR is traffic. And it means it's effective at the lower frequencies that are exhibited in characterised by road traffic noise.
And is that that equation or whatever, is that set out in a standard or something? Or
Yeah.
is that what we're all,
Yeah,
so
no,
you're,
that's
you're
an
all just referring.
ISO standard, yeah.
Right, okay,
That's why we've used it. Haven't made it up.
yeah. Okay. No, thank you.
And
But then,
do we have any,
another question?
do
Yeah,
you
no.
have any questions about temporary military training? Like, I think I'm clear on Mr Lloyd's
yeah.
reasoning.
Just- on your evidence, Mr Lloyd, at paragraph 27, what's the difference between what Wakako Table 1 in Wakako Tahi's submission and the relevant New Zealand standard? Has that been corrected for the rest of us so that through the JWS? It's just that I didn't understand. I was understanding what's the difference and is it material or not?
Oh, that was the, they'd separated out habitable rooms from sleeping spaces in their
Yep.
in their recommendation, and then had the same noise limit, the same internal noise criteria for the two.
Right.
So it seemed that they could be just combined as habitable rooms, really.
No. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Makes sense.
On the temporary military training, not a question for you, Mr Lloyd, but while it's fresh in my mind, if I could ask Mr Racklin, Mr Lloyd and Mr Humphreys have a difference of view about nighttime live firing, live and blank firing for temporary military training. My question is, how real is this? When was the last time the Defence Force showed up in Porirua district and undertook a live firing exercise?
Off the top of my head, I'm not aware it's ever happened.
Oh, sorry, we weren't probably specific enough. At night.
At night time. I'm not even aware
Or period.
I'm not even aware of any daytime ones. When I did the promulgating of the chapter and searched through history of resource consents, etc., absolutely nothing.
There was that map.
Yes.
Mr Rackham, there's the map in your, it's either in your supplementary or, excuse me a moment. The map that shows the areas.
That are more than 500 metres.
Yeah, I wanted someone to take me to the map and then explain to me. Right, the map didn't seem that clear to me. I want someone to explain it, please.
I think witnesses for the New Zealand Defence Force have used it as well. So I'm going to go to the one I put into my evidence.
Yep. So could you tell me where,
Yep. So I'll just
where you're
open
at
that up.
on that? Page 10.
So it's on, page 10, figure 1. So the part that's shaded blue
Yes.
is what would be the 500 metre setback required and it's from a residential
Property, yep.
building. We haven't mapped all noise sensitive activities, it's only residential.
Yeah,
Then the bits in orange
yeah,
is the 1250 setback, which is the nighttime setback requested by New Zealand Defence Force.
Yep.
So when you merge the two of them, the only places that could comply in terms of residential building setbacks is if you look towards the centre part, you'll see a blob of green,
yes, and
and then there's a couple of smaller parcels at the edges.
yes,
So what that is trying to show is, in reality, if you use setbacks, what would actually be permitted? Where could it be permitted?
And Mr. Ackland, I think it might be in your supplementary that you've given us an overlay, well, not an overlay. You put the scheme map showing the Plimmerton Farms area alongside it. And I was going from one to the other. How much of that, what I would call a teardrop, in the middle of the map, is left if you take into account now consented or not consented, but development provided for on Plimmerton Farms and the few northern corridor identified as fuzz?
This only shows the existing situation.
Yes, I know, but
so I'd have to do a separate exercise on, and that is, I did ask our GIS people, was that relatively straightforward to do? So I could get that additional mapping done, just give more of the information, because this is just on known houses and applying the setbacks to it.
well, I think that would assist me because I think you gave us the two maps, but they're alongside each other, and I was.
So that's in, I think, the New Zealand Defence Force.
Oh, it might be in the Defence
Yeah.
Force.
yeah,
And so that's why I'm casting around trying to
Yeah.
find it, which doesn't tell me, of course,
How
one
they
overlaid
overlap.
on the other.
Yeah. So
Can I ask you to do
yes,
that,
I can
please?
do that, and we could probably turn that around pretty quickly if that helps.
It'll like.
Not obviously they're on when they're on.
No, yes, I understand you're volunteering the GIS team's time, and they may or may not be happy about that. Perhaps if you could let us know,
ask nicely.
ask nicely, and let us know
Yeah.
when that might be possible, because certainly it would be desirable if we could have that before the Defence Force appeared, but if that's not possible, we understand that that's a big ask.
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking if I might be able to turn that around in time for that, but I need to check the timetable.
And I suppose, Mr. Lloyd, listening, any other final questions for Mr. Lloyd? Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Mr Lloyd. Thanks very much for your evidence and the further clarification you've provided today in response to questions from the commissioners. Just one brief one remaining for you, out of interest probably more than anything at this point, and it relates to the noise barriers that are proposed by Waka Kotahi as part of their replacement provisions for the PDP. And I note that at paragraph 21 you say that providing for state highway noise barriers in a district plan does not generally work for the numbers you've set out very clearly there. That implies, though, that in some situations it does work, and I was just wondering whether you're aware of those situations, and if you are, what would be required in the Porirua context to make successful provision for noise barriers, and to what extent or not that would be feasible.
Yes, so as far as those comments really were based on if somebody owned a section and wanted to provide protection to their dwelling using a noise barrier, it wouldn't be appropriate in the district plan because they only had access to their own section.
Yeah.
And so
Yes.
So the adjoining, so they didn't have any control over the adjoining sections. If you turn that around and look at the Wakakotai side of things, if they build a designation big enough, then they have control over the noise barriers, then they could work.
Okay. Thanks very much for further clarification. Nothing further.
Thank you.
I have in mind that your description put me in mind of the classic. Now, the analogy in my mind is the argument is always about people building coastal protection walls. You build a wall in front of one section. It's sort of like the wet sponge. Poke it here and it pops out there. Is the analogy sound that you can build you can build a wall, but the noise will go around it if the wall's not big enough.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lloyd, for your assistance. Much appreciated, and as always. And we'll adjourn the hearing for a cup of tea, and then we'll hear from Ms. Fraser. Change of pace and talk about transport. Thank you very Ms Fraser. Mr Smeaton, just one follow-up. In our discussion, three-cornered discussion between the panel, yourself and Mr Lloyd, we identified that there is apparently what is intended to be a substantive amendment to the plan contained in the introduction to the noise section. And we asked if you could think about whether that is legally effective. The thought that occurred to us over a cup of tea was to inquire whether there are any other sections of the PDP that have similarly substantive provisions in the introduction that are not reflected in the rules. And if your answer to the first question is that they're not effective, then whether that's a problem that we ought to be aware of as well. And so wonder if I could ask you to consult with your colleagues on that score.
Yes, certainly I can. The only one I can think of at the moment is the introduction to the infrastructure chapter, where it sets out that it's a standalone chapter, but that's also set out in how the plan works. So I think that's separate, not quite the same. But yes, I'll confer with my colleagues and come back to you on the noise introduction matter.
Sorry, sir, I might be able to address that, sir.
Yeah.
Can you please just go back through what your query was exactly with it?
The issue was that Mr Smeaton pointed out that in the introduction to the noise section, there is an exemption for farming. And so the question that we have posed to him is, if that exemption is not also contained in the rules, is that legally effective?
My initial thought is that is the only place in the plan, except as we had that discussion yesterday about the light chapter.
About the what?
The light chapter in terms of helipads. But yes, we can double check that.
So on that note, shall we shift to Ms Fraser's evidence? Welcome to the hearing, Ms Fraser.
Good morning.
That we have read your evidence. We have read the joint witness statement that you have contributed to. Thank you for undertaking that exercise with your colleagues or peers. Might be a better way to put it than colleagues. And so is there anything that you want to address with us before we ask you some questions?
There was one. You already today. You've mentioned there was a mention of the 70 km/h speed limit.
Yes.
And so, for a while, it was thought that the 70 km/h speed limit would go, but there seems to be uncertainty about that again, with ongoing changes with speed management reviews and the like. So we thought it was likely to go. Now we're not so sure. So yeah, that's why it may have been referred to as being unlikely to be a thing. But I think we do need to bear in mind that it could be an ongoing speed limit. And then I think there were just a couple of things in the joint witness statement. That and combined with Mr. Smeaton's supplementary evidence, where the interpretation of the statement, there's a couple of things I'd like to point out. One is to do with the equivalent car movements, which paragraph 184 in Mr. Smeaton's evidence, there's
184 of his supplement.
184 of his supplementary evidence, sorry, yes.
Right.
And I think the definition, the wording should be, we should still have per day in there in the table. So 500 equivalent car movements per day.
Yes.
And in the row below, 100 equivalent car movements per day.
Yes, see what you mean?
Yep. And then it's, let's see. Right towards the end of the supplementary evidence, in Appendix C, so it's about 3 pages in from the end of Mr. Smeaton's supplementary evidence, Appendix C in Figure 4.
The figure 4. Yes.
So with this figure, Mr. Smeaton's usefully dropped in a extract from a PDF of the Ostroads drawing that in the bit that is to be inserted, so the bottom portion. But we will need to do some work on the graphics and wording of this diagram. One, so that there isn't copyright issues with dropping in something directly from the from Ostroads, but also some wording around labelling the minor road and the major road, labelling the distance setback from the road. Instead of having the 5 metres and 3 metres, we need that to be X, because we then refer to the X of being 5 metres. And the removal of the this drawing shows a road on the opposite side, where we want it to be clear that it's, I think that can be a little bit misleading. So there's some wording there which I will update for Mr. Smeaton, and will then need to be drawn up. You know, the graphic will need to be adjusted. And at the bottom there's a note, and there were three sort of bullet points that were meant to be at the end of that note. It says minor road sight distance observation 5 metres back from the, and it should be edge line, curb line, or edge of seal.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, so I think that was all I wanted to raise. So I'm quite happy to answer questions on my evidence and the joint witness statement.
What would be helpful to me is if you could take us to the joint witness statement and talk us through the areas of disagreement. First of all, to identify them, and then to explain, to give us your perspective on the reasons for the disagreement.
Yes, so I think going from So I think the first thing that comes up is under point B, so 6B. And here and this is to do with the referencing of external documents and guidance. And the challenge here, and I don't know what the answer is, and it's almost like a sort of a heads up to Waka Kotahi, but they've just, well, for a while now, they've had their cycling network guidance has become a web-based resource, and they're in the process of transitioning their pedestrian network guidance into a similar resource. And while it includes sort of up-to-date best practice information, it's very difficult to reference, and it's a living web-based resource. So to be able to reference, or even to be able to tie into a particular version and to then be able to go back to that version, is quite challenging, or I would say even impossible. So we're sort of relying on referring to guidance which can be referenced and does have a date on it. And I think all three of us were agreed that there are challenges with this, but it's less than ideal, because it would be good to be able to reference the Waka Kotahi web-based material, but I'm not sure how that could be done.
Yes, there's a whole lot of law on that subject in the context of the model for assessing agricultural nutrient discharges to streams, which is constantly changing, in which the owners of the software helpfully delete all the previous versions that regional plans refer to.
Yeah, so it's really noting a frustration rather than,
So from your point of view, the issue is that it's not practical to rely on the Waka Kotahi guidance, because you can't appropriately reference it.
Yeah, they're web-based, they're most up-to-date web-based resource.
Right, next one.
I think the next one I'll wait until we get to the next point is the infrastructure table 1, and I think we'll go to that table and I'll talk you through that at the end.
Fine.
So the next point D we've discussed, well, I've pointed out in terms of that, from Mr. Smeaton's evidence, in terms of the note there that we agree, that was an agreement on how that should be approached. Agree. And I think the key, the matter which is noted where we didn't make progress was point G, which is the transport section standard 6, which is with regard to turning within a site. So vehicle turning within a site. So my position, as it's included in the proposed district plan, is that on site, that you wouldn't have, as soon as you got more than one house, you would have turning, so that you wouldn't have reversing. So my concern is around reversing on a shared driveway. NZS 4404/2010 does allow for 2 houses to share a driveway, but that then as soon as you got to 3, there would be on-site turning.
So say again. I missed that.
The reference.
So NZS 4404 2010 would allow for it only recommends the trigger for providing turning within a common area is if there are 3 or more dwellings. I'm concerned about interaction on the driveway between different vehicles accessing or egressing different properties on a shared driveway where you've got also got shared pedestrian and cyclist use of the driveway, and the increasing influence of safety as a transport priority. And I think that I would prefer to see it assessed as a matter of discretion, in that it may be satisfactory when assessed on a case-by-case basis based on the length of the access, the horizontal and vertical geometry, and whether pedestrians are on the driveway or if there's an alternative path that's been provided for them. So, and you'll hear from Ms. Crafer that her view is that a more that some shared use of the driveway with reversing would be satisfactory.
Right, thank you. And the last one looks to be agreed, so I think we
Yeah, so then
move
it's
to the
the
table.
table.
That's not very sorry, I've just discovered that my copy is a black and white copy of the table, so
Yeah.
identifying the bits in green is a bit tricky, so I'll just
Yes.
get the electronic copy if you just give me a second. Okay.
So Kainaura asked for a reduction in target operating speed on the sort of access roads from 40 to 30, which the three of us agreed to, based on the 30 kilometres an hour is the speed at which pedestrians have a good chance of avoiding serious or fatal injury in a vehicle crash. So, you know, that vehicles are able to stop and the injuries are not so significant. So that was agreed. Kainaura were seeking for the rural roads to have a 50 kilometre an hour target operating speed, and I preferred the 60, being that this is what we mainly see on the rural roads within Porirua at the moment, and I think it can be quite challenging to find measures to ensure that the speeds really do deliver what you're targeting. So while we can, in the more suburban context, we can, you know, speed control measures can be added, whether that's horizontal deflections of traffic flow or vertical, for instance, with raised platforms and speed humps. So that was my rationale for preferring to stick with the 60 rather than for that speed limit, that target operating speed to come down.
Right.
The next line is the gradients for the various roads. So in my main evidence in developing a view on the gradients, I looked at the gradients included in NZS 4404 2010, and they were my starting point. And then I noted that Waka Kotahi were suggesting that those gradients may be a bit steep in their view, and so I also the roading guys that within council also were quite keen to see a sort of blanket 10%. So I included the recommendation of a 10% gradient. Between the three of us, we came to some consensus on the gradients. Kainawara were seeking steeper gradients, and Waka Kotahi more probably seeking either that they remain at the 10% or even possibly be less steep. The 12.5% for the lowest standard of road, for the access road carrying up to 200 vehicles a day, it was agreed that that 12.5% is probably reasonable, given that that's a grade that can be achieved and you don't need to have transition grades, and it's a low volume road. Yes, and I think then it will be a case of looking probably for when Mr. Swears, when he provides his submission, when he speaks to you to discuss his, because there's some spaces where he didn't agree with me and Miss Crafer, I think.
Okay. You said that the council roading guys preferred a blanket 10%. What was their rationale?
I think it's. I think they have a view. Yeah, I can't. In honesty, I can't speak totally for them. I heard what they were saying. I think whether they prefer, once it gets for steeper roads, for it to be considered as a matter of discretion, including things like the steepness of the road if you've got parked vehicles on it, and the comfort of getting in and out of parked vehicles on steeper roads. As the gradient gets steeper, it certainly provides more challenges in terms of design, although that has to be balanced with topographical constraints. So it is, there is very much a balance to find with regard to gradients, but as they get steeper, making sure that you've got safe sight lines becomes increasingly important.
Well, I suppose I understand you can't speak for them, but you've effectively accepted their reasoning. So what's your basis for a blanket 10%?
I think largely
other than the 12%, 12.5% that you've identified for low traffic roads.
Well, a number of them, so it would just be on the, so I think if I'm right, a number of them would have 10% from 4404, but where they would have 12.5, and I've suggested 10. I think, it's mainly for the reasons that I've just mentioned around design and sight distance. If that there are matters that begin to need to be considered to ensure the safe operation of the roads, that the gradients they do have an effect on sight lines, both forward sight lines along the roads and sight lines from driveways and intersections. And yeah, and also, sorry, also the request in the submissions from Waka Kotahi, I think, was down to 5%. So there was also a balancing of, and I understand their position was one of wanting to ensure trying to ensure some degree of ease for pedestrians and cyclists using the roads. So that's another matter. I mean, I don't know where the level of comfort or a barrier is with grade for pedestrians and cyclists, but certainly, 10% is better than 12.5%, but not as good as 5%. But I think, also recognizing the topography in Porirua, it's going to be quite challenging to provide roads on that sort of lower 5% grade.
And right. And so, and to be clear, these are the external road. These are not on private property that we're talking about. These are the external road standards.
Yeah, public roads that will be vested in council.
And where there's two numbers, like on the far right-hand corner side of the page, and they're not crossed out, that means that there's a disagreement between the
Yes. So
experts.
yeah. So where there's a 10%, there's a black 10% on the
Yep.
furthest cell and a blue 12.5. So the black 10% is, definitely that's my position, and I think it's also Mr. Swear's position, and the 12.5 is Ms. Crafer's position.
Right.
And the 10% was what the black, where it's in black, that was also what was recommended. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Can we? Any other questions on the JWS?
Well, I'd like to there's a couple more.
Oh yes, please.
There's parking lanes.
I'll pass in lanes.
So these were for the collector road. So yeah, there's two cells towards the right of the table there, and this was Kainaora being of a view that that having parking lanes on both sides of the road is not necessary and would results in wider cross sections. And my view is that, and the idea that with the MPS for urban development, giving a clear signal that providing parking isn't a priority. Whereas my view is that certainly as a sort of in a prescriptive way, as is included in the table, that the starting position should be to provide parking on both sides, and that as the MPS, as the effects of that removal of parking minimums takes place, that there is, I believe, there's there will be pressures in certain places for the parking to be provided in the public realm. So if we end up with it neither in the private or the public realm, then we begin to possibly have an adverse effect on access to transport. So again, it could be through as a matter of discretion that a parking lane might only be provided on one side, for instance, if there's not development along one side of a road, but that should be left for consideration as a matter of discretion rather than being removed now. And yeah.
What's your understanding of the philosophy of the NPSUD as regards parking on sites?
So parking on sites, that, well, for those identified cities, that there is no requirement for on-site parking, although where there are high trip generator thresholds within district plans, I think then you can consider the effects on the wider network of there not being parking, but probably more of a safety point perspective than of a parking provision. And that as a result, that the NPS gives guidance that as a result of the removal of parking minimums, that councils can be expected to need to manage their curbside and public parking resources more than maybe they have to date.
But as say, what is your understanding of the rationale underpinning that policy 3.38 in the NPSUD?
I think trying to free up land for housing rather than parking, so that there's more land available to build on, and then to support the desire for mode shift and so use of active modes and public transport rather than car reliance. My view is that many people will still want to have a car, but not necessarily be using it at the sort of for commuting so much if there are other options.
Is it inherent in the, as you say, as you put it, support desire for mode shift? Is the theory that if there's no parking, people won't park and will move to these other means, or that they will park elsewhere?
I think it's. I think the desire is providing a signal for the use of alternative modes. I think with the hope that people will choose not to have a car. But I think it's a very broad brush hit in terms of the removal of parking minimums without consideration of particular areas. And there's definitely areas which will benefit in terms of not needing to have a car at all, where you're close to good public transport. But the way it's been applied means that there's hilly suburbs away from bus stops, and even if they were near to a bus stop, the bus service is pretty skeletal, where I think it will mean that there will be more parking on the streets if the parking isn't provided within the site, and that there could well be capacity within the street for that parking. And if there isn't, then it comes to the councils to manage that through controls, through time restrictions and the like, to ensure that parking is available for the different users.
Any more on the joint witness statement, Commissioners? Then I go to your evidence, Ms. Fraser, and see. I've tagged a number of things, but some of them will probably You talked about alignment with national and regional transport priorities. What's the legal status of those documents?
I don't know.
Paragraph 21, talking about healthy streets design indicators. Can you tell me what they are? And if there's a huge number of them, give me the broad thrust.
Yes, I'm afraid I don't know what they are. I think they're health measures rather than transport measures. I could have a look up and see what they are and come back.
I'm just looking for a sense, but perhaps you could discuss that with Mr. Smeaton after the hearing.
Yeah.
Interested in the issue of, road traffic, road safety audits being required as a condition of consent rather than as part of the consent application. When you say as condition of consent, at what point would the audit be required?
There are Waka Kotahi have procedures for undertaking road safety audits, and there's I think there's 5 different stages that they can be done, from concept, preliminary, and there might be a feasibility. There's 3 sort of very early ones, and then there's a detailed design road safety audit and a post-construction road safety audit. And most commonly, it's the detailed design road safety audits and the post-construction road safety audits that are increasingly being requested as conditions of consent. So the resource consent application drawings, albeit that we're increasingly seeing a lot of detail in resource consent drawings, they're not considered, they don't need to be detailed design. They're not there still will be additional detail added as the engineering approval sought from the council. So it's those 2 stages. So it wouldn't, if you were going to require a detailed design audit to be done, you'd be requiring a more detailed level of design ahead of a resource consent application, which.
So to cut to the chase, your view is that there is no point undertaking an audit until you have a detailed design.
Pretty much, unless unless I think I've included if it involves an arterial, if it's an intersection onto an arterial road, then you might want to have an audit done ahead of the consent. But generally, it would be as a condition of consent. And it's been, over the years, it's been something has been coming in more with some of the councils. Historically, it didn't feature at all. And now we're beginning to see Kapiti have used conditions for a while now, requiring the audits to be undertaken, that they pretty much have a standard condition.
The thing that occurred to me was, is there an issue of stable door slamming if the audit is undertaken after the road is constructed?
Well, yes. So that's why there's the two. So the detailed design will pick up on, nothing's actually been built at that point, and it's often picking up on design. For instance, have tactile pavers been included? Where are the street light poles? Are the street trees going to cause a problem of blocking sight lines or too close to a drive? I mean, it really is the kind of the nitty gritty, and then the post construction is checking that the detailed design audit has been followed through, and that there's nothing that's happened in the construction that is counter to what was intended through the design.
So would you support being clear that it's post-detailed design but pre-construction?
Yes. So there's the two. Typically there would be the two. If the audit's warranted, then then it would be you do a detailed design and you do the post-construction. They both occur after consent. They would be triggered by a consent condition, and
but would you should the plan require an audit in conjunction with preparation of detailed design and before construction, is my question, irrespective of whether there might be one after construction?
Yeah, I mean I've not seen it included as a district plan matter. Not to say that it couldn't be, but
I was a bit, take you to paragraph 82 and 83, Ms. Fraser. I was a bit confused about what these standards require. I couldn't understand that if the standard requires a width to allow wheelchair access, is it necessarily implicit that the gradient must also allow wheelchair access? There's not much point being wide enough for a wheelchair if there's a flight of stairs, for instance.
yeah.
So how do those two things interact?
Yeah, so I would have thought that the access from the street to the building, you would need to have the width and that maximum 5% grade. Have we included a steeper than a 5% grade?
Well, and I suppose the other thing is, where is the mobility requirement? Presumably, is that just for commercial buildings, or what does the standard say about mobility access to private homes anything or nothing?
I'm not certain on that, but I would presumably where you've got more than one dwelling or dwelling unit, that it would be a good idea to have an accessible pedestrian route to and from between the street and the building.
Understand that it's desirable, but I think, can I ask you again
Yeah.
to undertake a little research and feed in through Mr. Smeaton
Yeah.
what the standards require rather than as opposed to.
Yes.
Well, that's all I had, Commissioner Sinclair.
Excuse me, Ms Fraser, I had a question just in relation to Mr Swear's evidence, 6.1 to 6.9. He talks about this, what is it? Equivalent car movement and equivalent car unit. And the difference being the movement's one trip and the unit is two movements, I'm assuming, in or out. So is that clarified in the plan when it talks about movements and that sort of thing, and about whether is one movement in and out, or is it one unit, it's only one way? So if it says something like a maximum 100 vehicle movements a day, is that 200 or 100? What is it in terms of the plan?
Yeah, I would just need to check what the definition is, but hopefully the definition is the movement, as in a movement is either an arrival or a departure, not the combination.
So the arrival and an arrival and a departure are two movements.
Yes.
Anyone help us, Mr Smeaton, in terms of is it in the definition or is it?
Yes, there's a definition in the PDP as notified for traffic movement.
Traffic.
Which is means a single journey to or from a site by a motor vehicle.
Right. So if it's 100, if it's going
Yes, if
100 number in the plan, it's 100 either going in or coming out.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And the significance of equivalent is reconciling heavy traffic to provide a number that equates with light traffic. Is that, do I understand correctly?
Yeah.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, and given the frequent confusion between definitions of vehicle movements, if it needs to be reiterated within the plan, then I don't think there's any harm in doing that.
Commissioner Malone. Well, thank you very much, Ms Fraser. Appreciate your input. We'll move on to talk to Mr Smeaton about his 42A report in the light of the clarification you provided, which was very helpful. Obviously over to you if you carry on listening. And You never know. Mr. Smeaton may need a lifeline from occasionally.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Mr. Smeaton. Let's see how many of these things left. Talked about that. First question I had was about railway level crossings. 3.3, any advance on 3.3? Mr. Smeaton, my question is, you said that the only level crossings currently have barriers and alarms. Are site distances relevant when you have barriers and alarms? Like,
I believe yes, I believe so, based on the submission provided by Kiwi Rail, where it's the takeoff site distance. So, whereas if you're approaching a level crossing which doesn't have barriers or alarms, you need a further site distance to be able to judge if there is something coming or not. Whereas you can rely on the barriers and arms to alert you to an approaching train,
like,
and therefore need a shorter stopping distance.
yes, so I've got you. So when you say, the concept I have of sight distance is you're looking up and down the line, making sure there's no train, but when you're looking for a barrier, you're just looking down the road. So this is like a right angle bend too close to the corner, to the barrier. That's what you're precluding. That when we talk about sight distance, that's what you mean. That's what you're guarding against.
Yeah, I think so. So if you're the way have thought about it, and you may want to question Kiwi Rail on this a bit more, but the way I've understood it is if you're approaching a level crossing in your vehicle, you're still moving towards the level crossing as you're judging if there's anything coming. If there's no barrier or arms, you obviously need more time to do that. Whereas if there is barriers and signals, you can rely on that, and you're not needing as much time to stop. If they come on, then you only need the time to stop from when they come on.
Okay, I'll ask Kiwi Rail, but
Yeah.
my experience is the alarms come on and the barriers come down before the train is within Kiwi. It might not even be within sight when the barriers come down. So I'm wondering what it is that you need to see, other than the fact that there is that the lights are flashing and the barrier is down. Like there are bright sparks who do drive around barriers on rail crossings. Generally, the ones that get flattened by the oncoming train.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's the point. Whereas, so if they are there, then you don't need as much time.
Well, is that what they're guarding against? About the people who will ignore the barriers?
No, I think it's more where there are situations for level crossings where there are no barriers or lights.
Well, yeah. And so my punchline was going to be, should there be a qualification on these sight lines so that it's specific to where there are no alarms and barriers?
Correct. And as I'll turn to what I've recommended in my section 42A in the standard.
The answer is in the standard.
I believe so. So there is the very last standard. There's the table 10 distance with distance A is the distance from the level crossing, and distance B is the sight distance along the railway line. And then it is differentiated between the different crossing types. which is signs only, alarms only, and alarms and barriers.
Oh, yes, so
So for a crossing where there are no signs, where there are no alarms or barriers and only signs, the distance would be 677 metres along the railway track, measured 5 metres from the crossing point. And then there's also additional distance if there are multiple rail tracks. So it's differentiated between the different types of rail crossing.
just looking at that, is there a diagram as to what you need, what the distance is
There is
from?
the new,
Oh, as shown, read the instructions, as shown in figure 7 and read figure 8.
and as Kiwi Rail have pointed out in the evidence, that should actually read figure 10 and figure 11, which are below.
Which is the one below. Oh, yes. So refer standard 12, S12, table 10.
And
Gotcha.
then, and in relation to, I mean, it was the bit about, set out in Ms. Grinington Hancock's evidence 7.4 and 7.5 was, she said though that there's one minor difference between, well, they preferred your drafting with one minor amendment.
Yes.
Right, and
So
what was your view on the amendment?
I accepted that in my supplementary, which is at paragraph 190, which is essentially, as I just noted, the correction to the figures and the inclusion of an advice note, which sets out the parameters that those site distances were worked out. So I initially, when I drafted my Section 42A report, thought that might be superfluous to the standard, but having read the evidence of Ms. Grinington Hancock, thought that there was some benefit in including that in the plan.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Paragraph 74 of your evidence, it occurred to me that you're referencing and relying on the AUP and the Christchurch plan using high trip generating activities. Both of those were prior to the NPS UD. I think the AUP may have been prior to the predecessor of the current. In fact, they may touch and go, but certainly prior to the 2020 version.
Correct.
So is that a potentially material distinguishing factor? And like that's a big question, because there's a whole lot of material in the NPS, obviously, and there's also a question of to what extent did it actually change the previous one, and what was the timing of the previous one relative to those plans. So can I just throw that curveball in your direction for you to respond and reply?
Yeah, and I will think about that a bit further. That I guess my initial reaction, and considering Ms. Fraser's evidence just presented, and the high trip generation actually probably becomes more important with the NPS UD having removed any parking, minimum parking requirements, potentially places more emphasis on the provisions for high trip generating, including residential, and the potential safety effects of those activities.
So, your immediate answer is, if anything, there are more reasons under the current NPS than there were before it.
Correct.
And my question is, so at what point does a residential activity become a high trip generator? Sort of, it's set out in the plan what the number is, but why? What makes it so?
It's set at 500, isn't it?
I think it actually has a figure for residential units, which is 60.
Yes.
Residential units.
Yes.
And
60
then-
units, which equates roughly to 500, which is the
roughly.
default.
I believe Wakakotahi use around 10 equivalent car movements per day for a residential unit. But it's probably might be a question for Ms. Fraser or the other transport engineers, but I guess giving it a slight discount, considering that the shift through the NPS towards more, as Ms. Fraser was saying, a modal shift towards more active and public transport options.
Mr. Spenton, I had a question about your discussion of rights of way at page 14 of your evidence. The suggestion is, you say, a right of way is a common area including a vehicle access. And I was thinking to myself, where you have a right of way, all vehicle accesses will usually be rights of way, but not all. Will usually be common areas, but not all common areas will be vehicle access. Does it follow that should it be including, or should it be a common area used for vehicle access as identified?
I think, yes, based on the wording in the definition of shall include, and then B, a common area, which of then included in parenthesis, including a vehicle access. So I think it's including. So I think your wording might work a bit better, but I might just have to think about that a little bit.
Yeah, think further, because you could have a common area that's used for services, for instance, like services other than vehicles, like an above-ground pipeline.
Correct.
And the other thing is that, in a matter of law, definition of a right-of-way is an area over which people pass and repass, or are entitled to do so. Paragraph 162, I wondered if you were overstating the position. without maximum gradients, there's a risk that pedestrian and cycling access will be provided that don't ensure safety or comfort of all users, therefore would not give effect to policy 2. But policy 2 says promote, it doesn't say require. So are you pushing that a little hard?
I believe I may be looking more at policy 2, clause 1 and 2, which is to enable where they provide for safe and efficient use, and potentially more heavily on clause 2, which is meet the reasonable demands of site users.
So
where it's probably at the fringes of what would likely be sought to be developed, but very steep accesses for cycles could potentially risk the safety of those users.
Cool. My last question, Mr. Spenton, about your 258. I did wonder about the case for short stay bicycle parking at industrial activities. Commercial I can understand, but are people really going to bike to commercial activities?
Industrial activities.
To an industrial warehouse, for instance?
Self-excluded, Mr. Smith.
I would accept it might not be common. I believe the amendment was to provide for one bicycle park, which I didn't think was particularly onerous. And I think there could be, with probably more future looking, but with higher uses of active transport, there could be more uptake of that for trips to industrial.
In terms of how onerous it might be, I was thinking about in the standards, no more than 25 metres from the main public entrance, the configuration of an industrial site might make that awfully hard.
I suppose that would be site dependent.
Yes, but it all, like if your rationale is going, well, it's not that onerous, and it might be. What does that do to your Section 32 analysis?
So I suppose considering that the package of the standards as a whole, I do note there in that paragraph 258, that would be consistent with the Waka Kotahi guidelines for warehousing and distribution industrial activities for a medium-sized city. So I think it does create greater alignment with that standard.
I suppose the all right, my last shot at this is if that's the rationale, should it in fact be limited to warehousing and distribution industrial activities? Because of course industrial activities covers a substantial variety of activities.
Might have to check with my colleagues on whether we've got.
Well, as you say, I think it requires a reality check. What sort of industry is there around? Is it having checked that, are you still comfortable with that one park is not a big issue?
Yes, I can look at that, and I was just thinking around the plan itself around definitions of warehousing and distribution industrial activities, whether that would need anything to define that if a change to more specific standard was appropriate.
Commissioner Sinclair, that's all I had. Any more for any more?
My only other one was just in terms of the, this is TRS 4, page 29, the changes in relation to the vehicle width, unobstructed width for firefighting. Where did the 4 metres come from?
I believe that's sought by Fire and Emergency. Fire and Emergency New Zealand, where there is also a standard for provision of firefighting, which has I believe it is the 4 metre width in there. I could double check that, but I'm...
And the height, well, the height's already in there. I take it we can. I assume it relates to it as
correct.
well. Yeah. Okay. No. Right. There's nothing further from me. Thank you.
Nothing. Oh, thank you, Mr. Smeaton. Seems to be only one left. Small one. Given that it's 12:10, what I'm thinking is that perhaps if you could give us your introduction and then we'll retire to fortify ourselves for an exciting afternoon.
Okay. There are approximately 498 original submissions received on the infrastructure chapter. And I note there were approximately 237 further submissions also received. I identified the key issues in contention on the chapter in my section 42A report as restricting the infrastructure chapter to regionally significant infrastructure, relationship with overlays, transport infrastructure, national grid provisions, sub-transmission lines, management of ecosystems and indigenous biodiversity affected by infrastructure, gas transmission pipeline provisions, public walking and cycling tracks, and a range of provision-specific amendments sought. So that last bullet point is quite encompassing of a number of amendments sought, and additionally those bullet points are also quite encompassing of a range of different amendments sought. So yes.
Yes, your bullet on the national grid is deceptively succinct.
Correct. My analysis resulted in a range of recommendations to amend the infrastructure chapter. These included significantly, again, I'm being brief in my summary here, inclusion of new and amendments to existing policies for the national grid, provision for no exit roads and policies and standards, removal of provisions relating to wetlands, providing for upgrading of infrastructure within the root protection area of a notable tree as a permitted activity, incorporating new standards specific to ancillary transport infrastructure, a range of amendments to transport infrastructure standards based on the evidence of Ms. Harriet Fraser, incorporation of standards from the rail, I should say incorporation of setbacks from the rail corridor and zone chapters, and amendments to and inclusion of new definitions. So as I say, that's a brief summary of the amendments, and there's quite a few in there.
Yes, there are quite a few, and the wonder if we should be a pity to waste the time. Should we have any general questions? Commissioner Sinclair, anything from you? Which is, broadly speaking, Mr. Smeaton's section 3.2.
No, my first one's paras 68 to 75, 3.3. The RSI.
Yes, likewise. All right, let's go into the RSI. The issue that occurs to me is that the RPS has, in effect, more favourable provisions for RSI. And you've said at paragraph 72 that you don't think that the rules should differentiate between RSI and other infrastructure, because that'd be an artificial separation. If it's an artificial separation, why did the RPS make it?
I believe what I'm referring to there in terms of the artificial separation would be in the rules structure itself, whereas the RPS sets out the recognising the benefits for regionally significant infrastructure, which I consider as given effect to through the policies of the infrastructure chapter, and the rules which provide for matters such as maintenance and operation, or maintenance and repair of infrastructure are permitted activities relating with associated standards, and therefore I didn't think there was much to be gained from having two sets of permitted activity rules and associated standards where they would essentially be doing the same thing.
I think theoretically, as you say, the RPS recognised the benefits of our RSI, because presumably RSI has greater benefits than other infrastructure. In terms of the cost-benefit equation in section 32, won't that, or I'll put it more and more open, I would have thought that would have an influence through into the rules. If RSI has greater benefits, then where you draw the balance in terms of what you restrict in the conditions of a permitted activity rule and what's contained in the standards might reflect that different balance. Now, that's a very general proposition, and I appreciate that you'd have to look at each activity and say, would it make a difference? But just as at a conceptual level, what's your view of that?
I guess my initial reaction is, potentially, but I do start to get into the activity-specific sort of thoughts where, for example, I know we'll come to it later, but the national grid is obviously of national significance, but we have a discretionary activity status for new transmission lines for the national grid. So while recognising that would have potentially very high benefits, I come back to management of the adverse effects of those and setting the rules around the appropriate management of those effects. So while recognising the benefits of that can come through resource consent processes, I think in the structure of the plan,
I suppose the example that's in my mind where the rubber hits the road is for SNAs, where you have a nationally recognised benefit in protection of significant biodiversity. You have a function of the council to protect, maintain and enhance Indigenous biodiversity. You have demands of infrastructure to intersect with said significant biodiversity and put in innumerable different ways requests for special rules, especially enabling rules, either as permitted activities or lower activity standard thresholds. And that is one area where it occurs to me that the difference in benefit between an RSI from other infrastructure might be reflected into the rule standards and conditions and standards. and you've responded to it at a very general level in your discussion, and that feeds into the detailed discussion where I think Ms. Smith has many submissions, all essentially focused on why is the plan so enabling of all infrastructure effects on SNAs when the RPS only recognises RSIs. So, because she's so clearly fingered that as an issue, I wondered at what your, like, we'll talk about it in the detail of the rules, but what's your high level response to that?
Well, I suppose my initial response is that in the RPS, not only are there policies around recognising the benefits of RSI, but also around Indigenous biodiversity and protection of that. So in balancing those, in this instance, potentially competing or the tension between them, we have set a threshold and standards around what the impact on SNAs in terms of maintenance and repair and upgrading for some infrastructure, but set a threshold of discretionary activity status for any new infrastructure within the SNAs across both RSI and other infrastructure, as I've termed it in the chapter. So again, I come back to through the consent process under those rules, you can then weigh up the benefits of RSI and coming to a decision on those consents, taking into account the quite directive policies that we've got in there relating to SNAs as well.
Commissioner, anything else from you on RSIs?
What type of infrastructure is not covered by the RSI?
The most obvious one is local roads, or most local roads.
But don't they sit in the transport chapter?
No, not the construction of new public roads. It sits in the infrastructure chapter. So that's probably the most obvious one. I believe the definition of regionally significant infrastructure includes national and regional state highways, and also I can't remember the exact wording, sorry, but the routes for heavy vehicles, essentially.
Strategic Transport Network.
Yes, and that's set out in a separate document. So there are, and I guess reflecting back on the my supplementary evidence on Wellington electricity as well, where I have recommended including the sub-transmission lines of 11 kilovolts or higher. The distribution lines for electricity as well would be not considered to be regionally significant.
What's that, sorry?
The distribution electricity lines as opposed to transmission electricity lines.
Unless it's for the generation transmission of electricity where it is supplied to the network.
Yes, I had quite a bit of discussion on that in my section 42A.
Yeah, what is the network?
Exactly. And I've obviously detailed that in there, but I guess cutting to the chase, in Wellington Electricity Lines Limited, their evidence provided the court order to include facilities for transmission, for distribution of electricity above 11 kilovolts
Yep.
in the PNRP. So there was therefore a bit of tension there for being not inconsistent with the PNRP and also giving effect to the RPS. And obviously my supplementary I fell to, I'm slightly going off on a tangent, but fell to, in my mind, that it was appropriate to include that additional clause in the RSI definition.
No, I'm good.
Question, am I right? And, well, I think we might break for lunch. And so look forward to an exciting afternoon.
Very good.
Be back at, since we're, let's say 1:15. Is that going to give you enough time, Mr. Spenton, to dash
believe
out
so.
for a Sammy?
I believe so, thank you. Yes.
Right. I'll resume the hearing, thank you. Mr. Smeaton, I thought, just to confuse everybody, including my colleagues, I had 3 questions arising out of your supplementary statement, and I thought it'd be helpful to address them and any questions my colleagues have on the supplementary statement, so that we don't get to the end of your 42A report, collapse in a heap and forget. To return to this, the first question I had relates to the suggestion or recommendation in paragraph 52 that various infrastructure policies referred to planned urban built, the planned urban built environment. And I think from something you said this morning, that might be a term of art in the NPSUD. Does the NPSUD define what it is? Like the issue that I'm thinking of is whose plan?
So I'm looking at the NPSUD definitions at the moment, and there is a definition of planned by itself, which relates specifically to transport, it seems.
Where on the NPSUD are you? What page number?
Page 7. So specifically to transport, it says that in relation to forms or features of transport means planned in a regional land transport plan prepared and approved under the Land Transport Management Act 2003.
So that is in fact less than helpful.
Potentially.
So
If I may jump in there, in terms of the language that Mr. Smeaton's used, it's language that we have been working on in terms of the variation, in terms of giving effect to the NPS on UD. If you look at policy 6 of the NPSUD, for example, in clause A, so that's on the top of page 12.
if you just go slow, I need to find it. Sorry.
So top of page 12.
Yes, I have to get to the document first. So in other words, it's planned in an RMA plan.
It would appear so, yes.
So this
So-
one hasn't been consistently used throughout.
We are
These
planning
parts
to
in your-
consistently
Oh,
use
no,
it.
not whether you are, whether it has.
It has in terms of
been-
the NPSUD.
Yes, yeah,
The NPSUD only refers to planned urban built form,
right, yeah.
and only in this
These two
particular
parts.
policy.
Okay, yep.
So it doesn't talk about planned urban built environments, but that's probably more of a term that we've come up with as we're trying to
Yep.
put the NPSUD into the plan itself.
Right.
What I see us needing to do later is a bit of an integration mop-up, section 42A, with consequential amendments that we have not necessarily picked up through the variation, just to ensure that we're at least recommending to you consistency of words and their application. And it might be that we try to do that through the variation so that at least there is scope to do so.
Yeah, not get into knotty questions about whether
We can
changes
or
in
not,
words
yeah,
are of substantive effect without benefit of a submission.
exactly.
Going back to your recommendation, Mr. Smeaton, would it be an idea if, rather than using term of art, you find some form of words that makes it clear that this is the urban built environment consistent with the plan, or that the plan envisages? Well, like the district plan, I mean.
Yeah, I could take that into consideration. Come back to that.
So ponder that one. Next question relates to your acceptance of Mr. Anderson's reasoning for the telcos about adding a reference to reverse sensitivity. The question I was going to ask Mr. Anderson, but since you've agreed with him, I'll ask you, is what Mr. Anderson and the joint witness statement of Mr. McGarrison and others describe as the problem actually a reverse sensitivity effect?
Well, I believe so, in that it's the effect of a new activity or proposed new activity on an existing activity, which is there at the time of the proposal being put forward.
The definition of reverse sensitivity talks about the sensitivity of the new activity. Is it the sensitivity of the new activity or the sensitivity of the telcos
Well,
who are losing their view out over the world?
Yeah.
in terms of there is, I guess, two different aspects to it. One being the effects on the effectiveness or efficiency of the infrastructure itself, but also the potential effects of the infrastructure on people occupying the buildings through I'm not sure of the correct technical term, but radio frequency
EMFs.
emissions.
But which the telcos resolutely will tell you are absolutely of no effect and as confirmed by the NES.
I think the argument put forward would be that would be at the time that the structure is put in place and has been confirmed to comply with the relevant standards.
Yes.
Whereas if a new building was to put occupiers in the line of those EMFs, then that may not be the case. I believe is part of the argument put forward.
Well, yes, but and equally, though, that it's only triggered for over high buildings. So there's still a building there. It's just a bit higher than it might otherwise have been. It's not like, I suppose the issue that I was going to discuss with Mr. Anderson is that if it were in fact an EMF issue, that's clearly reverse sensitivity. Yeah, no problem. But that's not what they're describing their concern as. Like, it's very clearly focused principally on not losing coverage because somebody's put something in the way.
Yeah, so I'd take that point on. So,
In which case, I think he has a scope problem, having specifically asked for a. So think about that. As a, there is a case to be made for a reverse sensitivity provision, a matter of discretion, but I'm not sure. Well, I have doubts whether it actually addresses the problem they're trying to address, and whether by putting it in every consent application within KIWI is going to get the same argument. Is this a reverse sensitivity issue or isn't it?
yes, I do take your point on that. And it might be, it'd be good to hear
Yes.
the viewpoints of Mr. Anderson on that.
Yes, if he's not listening, you should forewarn him. And in relation to your paragraph 82, where you're suggesting you prefer the words not permitted by the NESETA, I was going to query whether it might be clearer if you said not a permitted activity under, because I think that's what you mean.
Yes.
But there are various levels of permission in the NES. Like some would say, not permitted under the not permitted by the NESETA. Means a prohibited activity.
I'm not sure whether many people would come to that conclusion, but I do
only picky lawyers.
Yeah, but I do take your point on that. It probably would be clearer if it was to include the specific wording to that is the activity status.
All right. Having thrown that curveball, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions on your supplementary statement before we return to your 42A report. Commissioner Sinclair?
107, and I just wanted to be clear, this is about the setbacks from the road or rail corridor, and there's and it's 1.5, 4 or 5. Which is the position for whom, and what's your position?
So the position put forward by Kiwi Rail in the original submission was for 5 metres, but they acknowledged that the existing setback from road boundaries in the plan was 4 metres, and stated that they would accept that, while still seeking 5 metres if that was acceptable to council, I suppose. In my original section 42A analysis, I suggested 1.5 metres, as I considered that the cost benefits of the setback would be more appropriate at that level. Kāinga Ora, in their evidence, have referred back to, I think it's the Whangarei District Council recent plan change, which has suggested 2 metres within residential and 2.5 within commercial and industrial, I believe, and have said that would also be, or that they would be happy with that setback also applying within Porirua. but at the same time saying that 1.5 is probably their preferred setback as well. So there's degrees of acceptability to various parties.
No,
Anything from you, Commissioner? Thank you. We'll go back to your report. We've done RSIs to death. So we're up to relationship with overlays, 3.4. Anything on 3.4, people?
no.
3.5, transport infrastructure.
Page 19, paragraph 115. Could you explain to me, sorry, I don't understand what the map is supposed to be showing,
Right,
if anything.
sure. So the map is showing the area of proposed plan change 18 to the operative district plan, which is the Plymouton Farm site. Within the proposed district plan, under the how the plan works section,
Yep.
there is a statement that the PDP does not apply to the Plymouton Farm site and sets out the legal description of that site.
Yep.
What Ms. Smith has pointed out helpfully in her submission is that the road to, I'm going to get this right this time, to the west of Plymouton Farms,
The left of the picture.
correct,
Left.
correct, is zoned on that side of the road as future urban zone, whereas there is no future urban zone on that side of the road because the PDP does not zone it as such. And so her submission
Sorry,
was
is that because is that
It doesn't zone in it at all.
what is
Correct.
it, the grey bit?
correct,
The grey bit is
Is-
the legend for
the Plymouton Farm site.
Plymouton Farm side, but it's shown as grey.
It is, it's a hole in the zoning
Right.
in the PDP.
I think there are two greys here.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Like there's something that looks very white that says proposed plan change 18, and next to it there is grey above it. There is grey directly alongside it to the left.
yes.
What is that grey?
So sorry, I should have been clearer. The grey to the north and south and west of the picture is, sorry, actually not the bit to the west. To the north and south is future urban zone. The grey zoning is also used to identify special purpose zones, which is a Hongaweka zone on that left-hand side of the picture.
But the gap between the dashed line
Is
running north-south
is
between
unzoned
there,
land.
that's the edge of the Plymouton Farm zone. The blue line, is that a cadastral line or is it a
That is
right? So that's the edge of the swamp.
that's a designation. Is the blue for State Highway 59, as it is now known.
At that scale.
I think
The
that's
gap. Yeah, I'm trying to understand because there seems to be, it's all there's green on both sides of it, of the blue line.
So
is there a proper map you can direct us to, or somewhere on the?
so this is an excerpt from the PDP GIS planning maps.
Okay.
So,
So we can look at that online.
can.
Yeah.
And-
And it'll show us that we can choose whatever scale we want.
yes,
Right. And so there's a gap between the gaps between the edge of the Plimmerton farm and the designation. Is that correct?
yes. So I think the dash line is covering the eastern side, the eastern extent of the state highway designation on there. So it's not showing up on that.
So the blue line corresponds with the dash line.
It would be underneath it, I think. Yes. So apologies for the poor scale of that. I was trying to show the extent of the area being referred to by Ms. Smith.
So, and then there's an appendix to your 42A recommendations that show that being fixed.
Not currently.
Right.
We're going to have to. I think, as I mentioned very briefly yesterday, just on how we show changes to the mapped features on the GIS website through the Section 42A recommendations, which we should have relatively soon. So we should be able to show that much more easily as being fixed.
An A3 colour copy of that part of it.
Yep, we can do that. And I guess just for completeness, my recommendation was just to extend the existing zoning on the western side to cover the eastern side of the state highway.
Two lines adjoin would be one single line and then adjoin. Yep.
Yes.
And for my colleagues' benefit, the last line of 117 has a typo. Where it says eastern, it should be read western.
Correct.
And that was the subject of an addendum report that I asked Mr. Smeaton to provide.
And then, because my next question says, the reasons amend the infrastructure, 118B, amend the planning maps as set out above.
Yeah, so that was referring to the text rather than the figure.
Okay.
So
You
apologies for
provide
me for
those.
any. Yes, we can. Yes, for any confusion.
Before you go on, Commissioner, is that it?
Yep. No,
That subject, can I take you back to 103? You're here discussing the desirability of cross-referencing specific provisions or saying that the whole of the S&A provisions apply. And you, at 103, saying that approach creates situations where the provision of infrastructure may be significantly constrained by the requirement to comply with the overlay chapter provisions. And my question is, given that the S&A overlay provisions reflect and provide for significant Indigenous biodiversity as required by Section 6C, should it matter whether infrastructure provisions are dealt with in the overlay chapter or on their own? Why should the outcome be different, given that we're dealing with a Section 6C matter?
Well, I think what I was trying to express in that section of my report was that it can be unintended consequences of some of the framework that's put into those chapters. For example, in our own PDP and the eco chapter, there is a catch-all rule for being a non-complying activity for anything that's not set out in the other rules in that chapter. So, which I think is also what has happened in that example I had in that paragraph there. So I think the option really is, would you have specific rules for infrastructure within those chapters, or have it in the infrastructure chapter to avoid that situation occurring? And I think what you're asking in terms of why should it matter if that chapter applied, that's the reason is at the moment there isn't anything that would specifically provide for infrastructure and recognise the necessity of the development of infrastructure within the city.
As regards that specific example, I asked Mr. McDonnell what that catch-all meant when it refers to not listed where, whether it was the chapter or the plan as a whole, and he said the plan as a whole.
Well, I believe we have discussed that.
He also said it wasn't clear, and he didn't think there was scope to clarify it. But he said that was the intention.
Yes. So I believe we have discussed that, and in my opinion, as I've read and interpreted the rule, it would be within that chapter. But I guess I acknowledge that, as Mr. McDonnell has identified, there is some uncertainty in that interpretation.
Perhaps one might even say undesirable uncertainty.
One might.
I think, sir, this would probably be useful for Mr. Smeaton to consider a little bit further, because the infrastructure chapter, and report back to the panel on, the infrastructure chapter, like the renewable electricity chapter, do have a different frame to the rest of the plan in terms of the intent as they're self-contained.
Like,
Where we have
within that
considered
planning
the
framework
within the planning
for those
yes.
particular chapters, they
Yeah.
can. Yeah, okay.
So it might be appropriate if Mr. Smeaton can just address that issue a bit further in a reply.
So, and I think he's already answered my primary question. It was intended to fix what he meant was to capture unintended glitches. Now, the catch-all might or might not be such an unintended glitch, but it's a valid position.
Well, unintended glitches, but also if you go up to policy.
But I'm happy that he should think about it further. I don't have a problem with that.
There is a policy in there in terms of recognising new technology as well. And so,
sorry, where are you reading
so
from?
that's infrastructure P10, new technology. And so that catch-all rule does at least also provide that opportunity for, it can tag back to P10 in terms of new technology that hasn't been anticipated by the plan, because technology is always changing, of course.
So, let's roll on. Ancillary transport network infrastructure, 353. I got a bit confused your reasoning, or maybe it was just that Kiwi Rail's submission was confused in paragraph 126. You're saying they're saying ancillary transport network infrastructure shouldn't be subject to the infrastructure section, they want therefore to delete and any other infrastructure not otherwise listed. But my reading is that ancillary transport infrastructure is otherwise listed in Rule 22, which you also draw our attention to. So I got terribly confused about, as say, whether it was, I was confused about their submission or your reasoning, I'm not sure which, but what's your take on this? And if your answer is I should ask Kiwira what they meant and why, that's a perfectly valid response. But any assistance you can enlighten me in the meantime would be helpful.
So currently the rule R22 in the PDP, Ancillary Transport Network Infrastructure, includes reference to compliance with INF Standard 8, which would therefore limit within the specified zones any structures or buildings to the height and area maximum set out in that standard.
Is that another
You
way
went
of
for 5 and 5.
Sorry.
Is it in paragraph 29, in terms of those heights, 129, you've gone for 5 metres and 5 square metres in zones with height and 10 metres.
So that's what I've
Yeah.
recommended in the new standard at the end of the chapter, which would be a new standard S26 specific to ancillary transport network infrastructure. So what I had recommended was to remove reference to standard 8 in that rule and include reference to a new standard 26.
6, right.
But also as a belt and braces approach, I suppose, in standard 28, also including a statement within the heading excluding ancillary transport network infrastructure.
So stepping back, if ancillary transport network infrastructure is listed, am I correct that if we would go to the letter of their relief and take out of the standard and any other infrastructure structure not otherwise listed in the heading, it would make absolutely no difference to Kiwi Rail in this regard, because it is listed. You've attacked the problem in a completely different way, but just stepping back and saying, looking at their submission on its face, their relief doesn't get them where they want to go.
Yeah, I think in a sense, yes. It would become a bit circular unless you removed standard 8 from the rule, because then you'd be saying you have to comply with standard 8, but then standard 8 would say that you don't have to comply with it. So it would be inconsistent in that regard.
All right. Always comfort to know I'm not going round the twist. Well, not yet.
So, Mr. Smith, did have Kiwi Rail and their evidence or whatever supplementary come back and said they agree?
I believe
with-
so, yes.
No, so- you know,
up to objective 4,
yes.
section 354. The
I'll go.
yes, you
Yep.
go. I'm trying to make sense of my notes. I've put my margin. You go.
In terms of the submission by the Housing Action Porirua, what's the issue identified in the section 32 report this objective is addressing?
I'd have to go back to the report quickly if you.
'Cause, where I'm going with it is it an RMA objective to shift people from cars to walking and cycling?
I think that might be illuminated a little bit by the policies in the NPSUD.
Any particular ones?
Well, I was just thinking mostly around the probably the removal of parking, but there may not be actually looking at it anything more specific to transport than that. So, policy 1B. No, sorry. Policy 1C, I should say, states that the main text of the policy is planning decisions contribute to well-functioning urban environments, which as a minimum have good accessibility, such and
Where are
such.
you taking this from?
Reading from the
RPS.
NPSUD?
Yes, correct, on page 11. So policy 1C, including by way of public or active transport. So I think there is some level of RMA policy relating to that. However, I think as I've said in paragraph 142, I haven't agreed to those amendments.
Yeah, I know. And just in terms of the amendments you have made at 144 there, is safe and safely required with it twice within the same objective? Is it possible that you may only require one of them?
I did.
If it's in the first part, it doesn't need to be in the second, repeated in the second bit, since you're providing a network that is safe, and that's the first cab off the rank, as it were.
I did consider that as I was putting those or coming to my conclusion on those recommendations, and I think my thoughts were that because safety is such a priority, having it within the list of terms there, I suppose, relating to the transport network itself being safe, and then separately to the users to be able to move safely within the city was appropriate.
Isn't a safe network one where the users can use safely? Gets very circular here.
I suppose I'll take the point that potentially it could be simplified by not including it. But again, I don't think it harms in any way to include that emphasis on the safety of the users of the transport network.
Thank you.
Moving on to policy 12. I was puzzled by your reasoning in 149, Mr. Smeaton. You see, first of all, the forest and bird suggestion is not necessary because it's implied that what's being referred to as what's already established, and then its inclusion may be misinterpreted to only refer to the network as established at the time the plan is made. If it's implied, then how, I don't understand how it could be misinterpreted. Where's the misinterpretation?
So I think what I was getting at there was, I guess that the word including the word established as the submitter sought is superfluous to the wording of the rule, and if that word was to be included, then there might be the possibility that it could be misinterpreted, or the plan user may go further than what was intended through that to read too far into it that it was what was established at the time of the plan.
As I understand it, the purpose of this clause, this policy is doesn't relate to upgrades, i.e. something other than what's already there or a replacement thereof. Have I got that right? Because the next one's about provide for the upgrade and development of the network, transport network.
Correct, I believe. Is there merit in, like, I take your point that you don't want to lock it in time,
but that it's probably, say, after of the transport network as established from time, like I was going to say as established from time to time, but that's too wordy. But you know that the concept that's rolling around in my mind is to capture in some way that this is that this isn't about upgrades and development. And the question is how you might go about doing that.
My initial reaction is that the heading of the policy is reasonably clear in that regard.
Like,
That it relates to the operation of the transport network rather than upgrading.
yeah, well,
If you had a subdivision occurs, and it's a relatively large subdivision, a few hundred houses, whatever, and there's going to be roads that are vested in council that then would become part of the transport network, at least for active and what have you. Would that sort of example be just included within the operation of the transport network, or would that fall under the upgrading and development of the transport network?
I believe that would fall under the upgrading and development. As we've talked about previously, the different policies have different intentions as to what they're setting up or providing for, and P12 is obviously setting up to enable the maintenance and repair necessary for the transport network and the relevant rules for that.
So would P13 would apply up to the point that it's constructed, 224s are issued, whatever roads vested, it's all, the roads then transfer to the council. P12, once it's there, would apply after that point
Yes,
in the development sequence sort of thing. So it's not the establishment and that of it in the first place, is the P13 component, and the other parts about, as the heading says, the operation. Have I characterised that?
I believe so, yes.
understand. Paragraph policy P13. Understand your reasoning about sort of not adding in as far as practicable. The issue that I have is whether, because this is a provide for policy, it should be subject to what's now P19 through '24. And yes, I know the point, you've got to read them all together, but this appears to be quite a discrete policy providing for upgrade and development of the transport network.
Yes, well, I think you've already hit the nail on the head with the must be read together with the other policies, and I note there are a number of rules that sit underneath the policies and specify where the road upgrade or development occurs within specific overlays and the relevant activity status for that.
I suppose I'm wary of the read them together because of the discussion we're going to have about reading the NPS ET together with the NZCPS and the confusion that results because central government, in its infinite wisdom, didn't provide guidance as to how they should be reconciled. And whether it's better to be to stay in words of one syllable how these policies relate one to the other than to leave it for future argument. Because those sort of arguments tend to end up in the Supreme Court if there's enough money at stake. So think on. I don't expect so.
P15. Just in terms of, this is for road classification. Is it? It's based on the New Zealand Transport Agency's one network road classification. And then it says, as set out, roads classified according to one network road. Should that be the? It's the. What is one network road classification?
Yes. I suppose that's
I'm possibly being pedantic and about grammar and what have you, but
no, I think it's really just reflecting what's already in the plan for the heading of Schedule 1.
right, and so it's the one road network that's being referred to in the second part is the transport agencies.
Yes.
One, so it's that thing that it is being referred to. Okay.
It is. That might be something to consider as a minor amendment.
Going on to 356, you refer here to Ms. Sweetman's Stream 2, 42A report. No doubt she may have discussed with you that she wrote a brief of reply evidence post-dating your report. And so the question is, and indeed suggesting a number of amendments to add additional references to maintenance of biodiversity to a range of provisions. Have you considered that?
I believe Ms. Sweetman has identified that there were some potential matters to consider through her right of reply. To that, I haven't had a chance to turn my mind to that as yet.
Can I suggest that it might be prudent for you to do so, because the same comment is in a number of places in your report. I accept that it's been like it's a leapfrog issue, but I think that when you come to reply, I think it would be helpful if what you tell us is consistent with what Ms. Sweetman's already told us, and if it's not, explain why not.
Yes.
I've got several pages before I come to the next. Anything before page 44, Commissioners?
44 is my next question. Yeah. Page 44.
We'll see if it's the same question. See a snap. What's micro-mobility?
I believe that's referring to electric scooters or the such. I think the term is sufficiently broad enough to encompass other future technologies that might come up as well.
What was yours, Commissioner?
My wasn't that 302, just the Wellington Regional Public Transport Plan and the Wellington Regional Land Transport Plan. Will they be defined in the plan, and will the date, the reference to an outside document, which version of those plans will it be? Should that be in there somewhere?
I'm just reflecting on the way that this policy is intended to work, and whether that would actually be beneficial or not, as obviously those regional transport plans will be updated from time to time, and the point of the inclusion in P13 is to ensure that any proposed upgrades to the transport network, at least considering those, all the impacts of those upgrades.
A related question that I asked Ms. Fraser, and she couldn't tell me. What's the legal status of those plans, and what is our obligation? Where does it sit in that spectrum between implement at one end and have regard to at the other?
In terms of the plans included in Ms. Fraser's evidence,
Which are the, I think one of them was the Wellington Regional Land Transport Plan, and she was her evidence discussed the alignment of what she was proposing with those plans. So what weight do they carry in our process? What legal status do they have, which was the question I asked her, but more to the point, what weight do they carry in terms of the directions that we operate under?
in terms of their legal status under other legislation, I think, will vary, and in terms of the RMA processes,
because there is something about plans prepared under other legislation. Normally it's particularly relevant for likes of conservation management strategies.
So I think I'd have to come back to you with more detail on that.
It's somewhere in section 75.
74.
Yeah.
74 2B. So have a look at that, and then look at 75. What is it in 4? There's reference to 75. Where is it here? 75 3 and 4. You must give effect to, and then must not be inconsistent with.
Give effect to what?
Give effect to NPS, NZCPS, National Planning Standard, Regional Policy Statement, and not inconsistent with water conservation order or a regional plan for any matter in section 31.
I think there's something specific about plans and under other legislation though.
But doesn't it say in 74.2, in addition to the requirements for those ones, when preparing a district plan, a territorial authority must have regard to any proposed RPS, proposed regional plan, B, any management plans, strategies prepared under other acts.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yep.
So it's have regard to.
Yeah.
I was also thinking through the RPS. I think it's Objective 22 sets out development for for urban areas. Can't think of the exact wording of it, but it also
The RPS policy 22, did you say?
objective, I think.
Objective 22.
This is from memory, so I'll open the document.
(22) A to L. Compact, well designed. Which was the bit you were looking for?
I think there's a reference in there to strategies.
Development or management of the regional focus areas identified in the Wellington Regional Strategy.
Sorry, I'm still catching up.
Rather than
I can
come
back to you.
Can we leave that one with
With you.
Mrs. Smeaton?
Yep.
Because obviously, given that Ms. Fraser has placed some emphasis on it, if those documents have added weight by virtue of something in the RPS, we need to know about it.
Correct. Yep.
Should we go on to the national grid?
Yes.
First question. First question. I had relate your recommendation on page 49. In the interests of plain English, do you think that you might consider for the words in proximity of, substitute near?
Yes, we could.
Next, question relates to a relationship with the strategic objectives. Transpower seek a new objective specific to the national grid. And your reasoning is there's a specific strategic objective for the national grid, and I wanted to ask you whether it's a little odd that it's sufficiently important to be dealt with specifically at the strategic level, but not sufficiently discrete to warrant something specific at the infrastructure level.
Well, I think there are a number of strategic objectives which are quite specific. I think, off the top of my head, one specific to the health of Te Awarua Porirua, which is given effect to through a number of policies and provisions in the plan, but nothing which I can think of at the moment, at least, as specific as an objective in another chapter.
So maybe odd, but not unique.
Correct.
Well, that's just what I've written on my pad. What's the difference in the next paragraph? What's the difference between compromised and constrained?
Sorry, can I ask which paragraph?
Certainly 361. So you're saying it's more appropriate to use the word compromised rather than constrained, but the question is, what's the difference? Is there a difference?
Well,
Like, if there's not a difference, then any indication as to, like, I don't think, I'm going to ask Ms. Whitney that question too, but we'll see what she tells me. But what's your answer?
well, I think as I've noted there, the policy 10 itself refers to compromised, while constrained is only used in the preamble. So I think just in terms of being consistent with the actual policy wording itself is important. But apart from that, I would have thought being potentially a matter of degree, where constrained is something is more difficult, whereas compromised you could be completely unable to do something.
So you could be slightly constrained, but not compromised. But if you're compromised, you're certainly going to be constrained. Like one that, in other words, compromise is a subset of constrained.
I was thinking it more of along a spectrum where compromised is more towards the much more difficult than being constrained.
Compromise is a subset of constrained. Yes, yep.
Sorry.
I was making sure I got the order correct.
But again, I think my main point in that paragraph was the consistency with the wording of the policy itself.
What does policy 8 of the RPS say? What's that language? Since we're balancing that as well. No, we're not in the business of balancing higher order documents, I hasten to add. We're reconciling them.
Very good.
Just protect.
Protect.
It uses a different approach. So protect might be. Where is that on the spectrum?
Well, I think that's to use the same analogy, it's probably a different spectrum, isn't it? Whereas compromise and constrained is, I guess, the effect on the infrastructure. Or whereas
it's the inverse. If you're not constrained, you're protected. If you're not compromised, are you also protected? I appreciate that these are difficult issues, and that because these plans that we're required to give effect to all use different language in different places.
Written at different times.
Yes, mostly pre King Salmon. When
Yeah.
I was just sorry for my time and pondering the question. I was just rereading policy 10 of the NPSCT, which is decision makers must, to the extent reasonably possible, manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, and to ensure the operation, etc., is not compromised. So, in my mind, the RPS to protect regionally significant infrastructure is more to do with the management of the activities.
Now, I think we've probably gone as far as we can go. Ms. Whitney will doubtless assist us with on these issues. I want to go to page 54, your recommended wording of the specific provision, and to prove perhaps contradictorily from my previous suggestion, or to inquire whether your suggested policy, clause 2, does not adversely impact on the values and characteristics of areas of specific overlays, is putting it too high, and whether a different word, perhaps compromise, that, just to be completely circular, might be more appropriate.
Yes, and I believe I considered this through my supplementary evidence as well in responding to Transpower, Ms. Whitney's evidence and their concern around the wording of this.
Yes,
And-
I have to confess I've forgotten what you said in your supplementary evidence in relation to that point.
Yes. And I believe I should actually turn to that evidence. So I think in my supplementary evidence in paragraph 84, I'm discussing the deletion sought by Transpower for clauses 1 and 2 of that new policy 7, where I referred to policy 5 of the NPSCT and the statement that it begins with, which is when considering the environmental effects of transmission activities associated with transmission assets, which to me implied that there is a consideration of those environmental effects and that it is not totally an unfettered policy in the NPS to totally enable all of the maintenance, repair and minor upgrading works. So
It also says the reasonable operational maintenance and minor upgrade requirements.
Correct.
One might have thought that a constraint designed to give effect to section 6C of the Act was a reasonable
correct.
provision.
And to that end, I still maintain that minimise adverse effects on the environment is fine. And what your initial question, sorry for my
But the question is whether it's putting the bar too high, like your reasoning in your supplementary is defending not deleting it. My question is whether it's pitching the bar too high, and whether a word like compromise, given that you talk about values, which are amorphous things, anyway.
I think I preferred the wording as currently with not adversely impact, as it aligns with the wording already in INF policy 4. And as you've just alluded to, the values and characteristics of the overlays could be interpreted as being a bit vague, but they're actually reasonably well detailed in the schedules themselves as to what those values and characteristics are. So I think where the activities would actually impact on them as they're set out in those schedules, it's not overly onerous to require them to not adversely impact on those.
I suppose one answer might be the policy 4 is an enable policy, therefore you're talking about permitted activities, where it would be legitimate to have a higher bar, but this is provide for.
That's true. I do. Yes, I take that point. Again, it might be something that I can consider further.
As I say, we're throwing out ideas here. The idea is not to hammer you over the head until you agree with whatever proposition we put to you, because some of the propositions we put to you are merely testing the strength of your position. The trick is for you to identify which is which. I'm up to page 68. Any advance on page 68?
No.
This is about the gas transmission network as it relates to ecosystems and indigenous biodiversity, so a related issue. You've said it's not necessary essentially because it's designated. Of course, they're seeking that designation. What would your view be if this panel decided not to recommend acceptance of that designation? Of course, First Gas may tell us what we can do with our recommendation, but like is your view that it's not necessarily solely because it's designated and that's the most efficient and effective way to address the issue?
Yes, I think Yes, I think I've only addressed the designation issue, which I think is still relevant, but putting that aside, as you say, I still wouldn't agree with a blanket allowance for clearance of SNA within 6 metres of the gas transmission pipeline. While there's not sorry, I'll backtrack a little bit. I've looked at the extent of SNA within that. I haven't calculated it, but just visually looked at the maps as to how much SNA there is within that that area, and there's not what I would say a huge amount, but I still think even without just allowing total clearance of SNA within that would not be appropriate.
Next, we're talking about up to page 72. Again, question of clarification, and I realise that these words are used in higher order documents, but what to your mind is the difference between an operational and a functional need? I'm looking at page 72.
Well, I also I've read both NPS definitions multiple times, and it is subtle, I think.
Is that a polite way of saying it's hard to discern the difference?
In some cases, it might be, I think. But if I pull it up again,
Is it another spectrum that all operational needs are functional, but not all functional needs relate to operation?
yes, I think. Just looking at it again, it looks. Main difference is the technical, logistical, operational characteristics or constraints of the infrastructure. In this case, being the operational need to locate in a particular environment.
Versus, I can imagine in some cases it's obvious, like
Ports?
like a port has a functional need to locate in the coastal environment.
Yes, yes, which I think, a functional need, which is the need to traverse, locate, or operate in a particular environment. So I think that's probably a correct example.
It couldn't work unless you accept that it's going to be somewhere in that environment.
Yes, yes.
Paragraph 540, the middle of 540, that's standards referring to removal of 20 square metres of indigenous vegetation in any 12-month period. What's the basis for that standard? Yeah, that numerical, what's the basis for that number? Like, I accept it has to be a number, and to an extent it's. But the question is, where did that number come from?
I think it was to align with the eco chapter, but I could be mistaken on that.
Yes, I should have, given that we've done the eco chapter, I should know that, but that particular number was not firmly in my mind.
No, actually, I think. I'm trying to remember back to the section 32
Well, in
analysis.
that case, why don't we just leave it saying that if you could just note to source the
But yes, I think you're correct in that it's mainly to allow some to occur, and recognising the operational requirements of infrastructure which may be located within existing infrastructure which may be located within SNA, so there would be some need to have a threshold in there.
you say if you could look. Looking at now page 78. Here you say paragraph 570. RPS doesn't direct SNA be protected at all costs, but must be protected from inappropriate subdivision use and development. Have you considered the implications of king salmon for the interpretation of inappropriate subdivision use and development when used in a policy like this?
Well, I can say throughout the plan drafting, we've obviously considered the important implications of that, landmark, I would say is an appropriate case. So I would say that, yes, we have.
Because my understanding of the majority of the Supreme Court's decision is that inappropriate subdivision use and development is subdivision use and development that doesn't protect, in this case, indigenous biodiversity or the values thereof. So that tag doesn't add very much, and if it did add something meaningful, there would have to be an argument that it was inconsistent with section 6C, which doesn't refer to inappropriate subdivision use and development. That's not to say that your initial proposition is wrong, that SNAs do not have to be protected at all costs. But the question is, how far does any exception stretch?
I was just sort of thinking of the requirements of the policies in the infrastructure chapter, P20, which refers to the eco policies, which sets out the effects management hierarchy as well. So where that sets out the consideration required for any impacts through a resource consent process, or effects I should say, on the SNAs and how they are to be protected. In some cases, that where a suitably qualified ecologist has provided advice on it, that may include offsetting or compensation.
So maybe the better answer there to Forest and Bird submission is that because the eco policies have already been incorporated, the suggested amendment's not necessary.
Well,
Because where they, what they're actually on talking about is whether it should be non-complying.
correct.
And one answer, and certainly Mr. McDonnell's answer to the similar submission in the eco context, was that if the policies are strong enough, then full discretionaries get you to the same place.
In this instance, I'd probably agree with that. As I said, with the requirement under the infrastructure policy to have an ecological assessment with any resource consent, which sets out how it is achieved that effects management hierarchy under, I believe it's eco policy 2.
Okay, all good. 592 saying that new infrastructure within an SNA other than included in Rule 43 is discretionary and therefore S18 is not relevant. I didn't work it entirely through, but I was wondering if there's an argument, depending on how the standards work, if they're standards in aid of a permitted activity, you're setting up a permitted baseline. Potentially.
Some resource consent applicants might try and run that argument.
I think we'll be seeing a number of them in the coming days.
I'd say that because any new infrastructure is, in any case, a discretionary activity, I don't think you could rely on that.
Understand? We're discussing at section 3.9, page 84, you're discussing what you call a 6.1, a stepped approach to activities within proximity to the pipeline. So the designation aligns with easements. So that, to your mind, is there a material difference between the protection the gas transmission pipeline has under the designation and the protection afforded by the PDP policies and rules?
Yes. I think the protection provided, I believe it's section 175, I'll double check it, in terms of...
Maybe 176.
176, sorry. in terms of someone not being able to undertake activities which may impact the purpose of the designation, and it listing under 1B, undertaking any use of the land, subdividing of the land, or changing the character, intensity, or scale or use of the land is quite restrictive, and essentially means that written consent from the requiring authority is required for most, if not, well, a vast range of activities on that land, whereas under the gas transmission pipeline corridor, it relates to sensitive activities and other structures under the zone chapters as well. So that it still provides some level of development.
In section 32 terms, is it in your view that is it more efficient and effective for the gas pipeline to be protected by way of designation or by way of plan provisions? Given that their policy objective is protection.
I'm not entirely sure I can provide an answer on that, where it's the requiring authority's decision to issue a notice of requirement for the pipeline. So whether there's a need to balance them, I'm not too sure. And then additionally, as I sort of outlined in my report, the designation goes so far out from the pipeline, but the gas transmission pipeline corridor is stepped out further from that as well, so it covers a different land area.
Because if we formed the view that a designation was more appropriate, we might create a situation where if First Gas wanted that level of protection, it was incentivised to issue a further notice of requirement. So I think it is a relevant question. It's not entirely for First Gas. We've got to be convinced that the plan provisions are the most appropriate and effective way to achieve the objectives. If there's another mechanism, so as I say, if we were convinced, so what's your opinion?
Well, I think I'd have to consider that a bit further.
As I say, add it to your list. It's getting longer all the time. The policy 25.2, now 26.2, this is a question I foreshadowed yesterday in the context of the concerns that Transpower had raised. Paragraph 616, you're citing the submission of Mr. Hunley, who says more detail is needed about what's considered a restriction, and the relevant restriction is the extent to which building a structure may compromise, restrict or prevent legal or physical access to the gas transmission network. The question I have is the fact that a building restricts legal or physical access an RMA issue, or is it a property issue? Like, I understand it's very inconvenient for the network utility holder, but if they haven't secured their property access, is it the role of the plan to shore that up, particularly given the cost implications?
I think, yeah, again, that might be something I'll have to ponder a bit more.
Fine. So just throwing out ideas here. Glory be. My next point's at a 104. Any advance on 104? So we're back. This is now on the specific provisions about the introduction. About yes, this is the, if you go to your appendix, this is the note that says, except as specifically identified in an objective policy rule. Objective policies in this chapter and the strategic direction objectives and those contained in the following chapters where relevant are the only objectives. What are the following chapters in that context? Because in my hard copy of the plan, there are a large number of following chapters.
Would it assist understanding if that were to say in the chapters as listed
It
below?
would probably, there is the next question about what's listed and what's the scope to list those chapters, but I think that that particular statement is fraught with potential for further litigation.
You're referring to using following chapters?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely accept the the point on there.
Yeah, because the following chapters represent about 90% of the plan. Objective 5, discussed at paragraph 109. Does this need more direction than avoid revenue or mitigate? Even if it were only appropriately avoided revenue and mitigated, it would be defined by the policies.
My initial reaction is no, I wouldn't think it needs more specificity in that because of the policies are quite directive as to what they require.
The issue that's occurring to me is if you have such an open-ended outcome statement, whether, if we were to accept that view, and a number of the players with an interest in this troop off to the Environment Court and run the argument that those said highly directive policies are not the most efficient and effective way to achieve that very broad objective, they might get some traction.
I suppose my initial concern, and I keep saying that word, but is the range of specificity used in the policies relating to different infrastructure or overlays or areas of the environment. So to narrow it down may be quite difficult.
Like, I'm not saying it's easy, but I think that's just something that occurs to me, and that we should invite you to think further about on the subject as to, like, we've had the same discussion with Ms. Sweetman in a different context about broadly expressed objectives and specific policies, and whether there is a way to tie them together a bit better and have, as my friend Commissioner Sinclair would say, better linkage between the objectives and the policies.
Well, again, I can certainly give it some thought as to how that could be achieved.
It often comes down to how is avoid, remedy, mitigate. However, that's expressed that if that's sitting in an objective, then anything goes. Whereas you've got specific policies, they don't. You could almost say whatever you like and potentially meet the objective. What's the linkage? That's the kind of thing we're looking for, I think.
Why are these specific policies appropriate for that objective, given the objective is so broad?
Yeah, I take your point on that. So yes,
I'm not saying there's an easy answer. Oh. Paragraph 859. You tell us that adjacent does not mean adjoining, but it encompasses the area near or close to the site. I read that. I went and pulled my dictionary off the shelf, which says adjacent means near, especially contiguous. And one of the submitters planners, I wonder if it's, I think it might be Ms. Whitney, I'm not sure, says the reverse. And I wonder whether, while technically I accept your right, courtesy of my Collins Dictionary edition of, well, many years ago, but I wonder if it's worth clarifying. If you're saying near, why don't you? If you mean near, why don't you say near?
So it's in relation to policy 5.
Yes, policy 5.
I would have thought the use of the word adjacent in an RMA context probably would have been relatively clear. And I do saying near to.
I suppose the issue is if you don't mean near, then maybe, as I say, my dictionary said adjoining equals near. If you don't mean near, what do you mean? You mean very near?
Well, I think that's the.
Or is it adjoining but ignoring roads because and spike strips
Yeah.
and the like?
I seem to recall, Mr. Smith, that there was some case law or something about the difference between adjoining and adjacent, possibly back from the Town and Country Planning Act days.
You're
And
quite correct, Sarah. It
And
is
yeah, it was to do with a
to do
right
with
of way.
Lower Hutt and Wellington City Council,
Yeah, and it was,
Hutt Borough, and
yes, something to do with a right of way and whether because there was the two properties were separated by the right of way, therefore it wasn't adjoining, but it was adjacent or something like that. If Ms. Sweetman can remember the case and what have you, that might provide some guidance.
The other thing
Or
is that the issue has arisen in relation to one of the special procedures that only has rights of submission to adjoining parties.
Oh, like in section 95, somewhere in there where it used
No,
to say that?
it's
the term adjacent is used throughout the RMA, so I'm sure that there's some good case law that we can ask our legal advisors to dig up as necessary.
basically if there's a clearer, if it's clearly recognised and clearly defined, we can. The policy P10. This is new technology. What is the effect of a policy to recognise the benefits of something? What does
Well-
that mean?
Well, I think Ms. Sweetman was discussing that earlier in terms of this very policy, and I suppose in this context is to realise that something new could have potentially quite significant benefits for the construction or operation of infrastructure. And therefore, well, because if it's not specifically provided for in the plan, at least there would be some recognition of that through that policy.
I suppose that in what, like, we get to the sharp point of the recognition policy when with Ms. Whitney's argument that there needs to be a specific provision to implement the NPSET to recognise and provide for the benefits of the national grid. And I'm going to ask her what that means as well, because to be an effective policy, to say, have the course of action, does it need to say what the effect of the recognition is? What are you going to do after you've recognised those benefits? Because, it's sort of like, let's like tick the box country. Yes, I've recognised them. What have you done about it? Well, it doesn't tell me to do anything.
Yes. Well, I think it's...
And the answer may be there's no submission to broaden it.
Well-
Whereas, as my friend Commissioner Sinclair said, at that point you can tell me to get back in my box. But I wonder if the policy could be improved with, if there is scope to provide more direction. What does that mean? Where does that take you? On that note, some of us need some strong black coffee. We'll break for 15 minutes.
All right.
resume the hearing. Mr. Smeaton, next thing I want to talk to you about is your recommended amendment to what's now P13 on page 123. And the specific issue I wanted to ask you about is whether given this started as does not meet national environmental standards or nationally recognised guidelines for et cetera, and the submission was to delete and or other nationally recognised standards, whether there is scope to introduce reference to international standards.
I might have to look at the reasons for
Indeed. So can you check that, please? Because I'm not suggesting it's not a good idea if there are applicable international standards. I'm just concerned about the scope issue. I understand exactly why you've drafted it the way you have.
No, thank you. That's a good point to clarify. So yes, I'll have a look at the reasons for that submission point and make sure that there is scope, or if there isn't, then I'll alert you to that.
So rock-handing along to page 137. You're discussing Rule 13, discussing the PowerCo submission about their concern about gas equipment on buildings. And you don't think much of the idea of tweaking Rule 13 because it relates to infrastructure within buildings. I understand that. But what rule would apply to gas infrastructure on buildings?
I believe I've actually addressed this within my supplementary evidence.
Well, that's a good answer.
So it's potentially not super clear that it relates to that, but it's in relation to what is currently limited to customer connection lines, whereas I've now recommended broadening that out to just customer connections, which would encompass other infrastructure connections to, as I was discussing the other day, to dwellings and other buildings, to the main network itself. And within that rule for infrastructure, other than customer connection lines, which I have still retained within the rule wording itself because it's defined in the plan, the only other matters of compliance would be the earthworks. So in terms of the infrastructure that would attach to the building, where it's for a customer connection, there wouldn't be any applicable standards. And in my supplementary evidence, I addressed that and said that because that would be subject to the requirements of the infrastructure provider themselves, I didn't think there was a need to introduce any other further standards around that.
What about here, equipment on heritage buildings?
Yes, so that rule is outside of any overlays. So the overlay rule would apply. I can find it in my supplementary. So it's on page 34 of my supplementary at paragraph 132.
All good. I think I have some recollection of that. This may just be a typo. Paragraph 1051. You don't agree with deletion of the dates when certain standard clauses are to be assessed against set out in standards. But I look at 15143 on the next page, specifically standard 1.3b below it, where you seem to have deleted the date.
I think that's intentional because I've deleted the rest of the following in that clause and just simplified that standard quite considerably by referring instead of the 25 metre height to just the relevant maximum height in infrastructure standard 3 or the height of the replaced pole or tower.
Well, I suppose, well, that's the point. The height of the replaced tower as when?
Yes. I don't, as I recall, I'm not sure if I set it out in the body of the text, but I didn't think that was as relevant for that particular clause. If it's meeting, if it's meeting the standard, then that's fine, as set out in the plan. Or if it's the height of the structure being replaced, then that's fine as well.
You don't think there's a risk of the like 3-card trick, successive replacements? Like, I think these things are not cheap. So it's hard to imagine why the telcos would feel that the cost was worth it. But there's that theoretical opportunity.
I don't see the risk in that because either they would fall under A, which is the maximum height as set out in Standard 3, or they'd fall under B, which is the current height of the structure. I don't see how they could move up, I suppose.
Well, like I suppose the point being, I suppose I get what you mean. It's whatever the height is at any given moment. So, in practice, looking forward. Gotcha. Yeah, that works for me. Understand the logic of that. Paragraph 1100. Talking about, you don't agree, you agree in part that trenching crossing cadastral boundaries shouldn't be restricted. So the question I have is how your amendment addresses that, ensures that there is no restriction. standard 14.
So there's clause 3 of that standard, which sets out that earthworks must not be located within 1 metre of the site boundary, except where under A, where the
I got you.
earthworks are
It's B.
trenching, or B, where the site boundary separates adjoining sites where both are within the area of the land subject to the proposed works.
So the answer is that the rule already covered
I think
it.
so.
It didn't need to be amended. That was what I was missing. I was looking at the amendments and saying, what have you changed? By the way, further down on that page, I think there's a typo. I think you're missing a word, might be of, where you've amended it. Infrastructure within 1 metre a site boundary. I think it might be of a site boundary.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And on that happy note, that was my last question. Commissioner Sinclair, how many 100 questions have you got?
Not many more. So my questions, and you may have addressed this in your supplementary statement, whatever, but it's some of the points that were raised by Mr. Horn, and you've already spoken with one of them, which was about the those gas regulators on heritage buildings and that kind of thing. So that's fine. So the other one was page 9 of Mr. Horn's evidence, if you could turn to that, please. So, and as I understand it, this. How do we get on the correct page? This is in relation to policies 4 and 10, and that there was this proposed relief by swapping appropriate for enabling and provide for RSI in 10. And my question was, how did that that proposed relief sit in terms of now what you called the context of the district plan, in that provide for means leads to one type of activity status and another. Did you agree with how Mr. Horn had addressed that?
Yes, so I addressed that at starting at paragraph 122 of my supplementary evidence.
Yep.
And I agreed in part, I suppose, where I suggested amending policy 4 to be the heading to be enable appropriate infrastructure, which is consistent with the wording of the body of the policy. I didn't suggest changing anything in the current policy 8, now suggested to be policy 10. My recommendation for that to be potentially acceptable infrastructure. I think that
Yep.
still works
Okay.
better.
Thank you. No, that was me. Thank you.
And no further questions from me.
Well,
Thank you very much.
well, on that note, heroic effort, Mr. Smeaton, across a wide variety of subjects, and
I got provided some
somewhat
assistance.
painstaking discussion of the detail of a very comprehensive report. So very grateful for your assistance and that, Mr. Racklin. And I think 3:45, we might have earned a early finish. So we'll adjourn for the day, be back 9 a.m. on Friday to hear the submitters.
Thank you very much.
Chair, so could I just get some thoughts from you? It looks like I'll be able to have that map ready for the setbacks for the military activities. So I'm hoping that's going to be ready tomorrow. Are you happy for me to send that in advance to
Yes.
the witnesses for NZDF?
Yes, and if you could send it also to the NZDF team
Yeah.
on the basis that that we've asked you to provide it to provide greater clarity of something of the two maps they produced.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I say, adjourn until 9 a.m. Friday.